What if the fate of an entire kingdom rested on the shoulders of one young healer? In the Forgotten Kingdom, magic intertwines with the shadows of the past, crafting a tale filled with adventure, bravery, and self-discovery. Meet Kaelin, a determined healer eager to embrace her family's legacy, who finds herself on a perilous quest through an enchanted forest. As darkness creeps into her beloved village, threatening everything she holds dear, she must rally an unlikely band of allies to confront a powerful sorceress, Rhiannon, whose shadow looms large. With time running out, Kaelin faces the ultimate challenge. If she fails, her world collapses. If she succeeds, she risks losing everything she loves. This is Chapter 1 of The Forgotten Kingdom. Let the journey begin.
Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Journey. Kaelin knelt in her vibrant herb garden, the morning sun dappling her face and illuminating the delicate greens and earthy browns surrounding her. The comforting scent of fresh herbs filled the air, and she felt a sense of peace as she tended to her plants, pruning the leaves and sorting them into neat bunches. Lost in her work, she hummed a gentle tune, a melody that reminded her of her grandmother. Each cut of the shears felt like a connection to the past, a thread linking her to the healing legacy she was trying to uphold. The routine brought her solace. This was where she felt truly at home. As she carefully placed the herbs into baskets, she glanced up and noticed her younger brother Finn playing nearby. He was laughing, chasing a small creature, his joy infectious against the backdrop of her responsibilities. Kaelin couldn't help but smile, the sound of his laughter cutting through her concentration, a reminder of the simpler joys of life amidst the challenges of being a healer in Eldro. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the forest's edge caught her eye. She paused, curiosity stirring within her, as the familiar blend of comfort turned into intrigue. The vibrant hues of her garden suddenly felt like a cocoon, and the allure of the forest beckoned her with whispers of the unknown. Kaelin set her tools aside and made her way back to the house, the rhythm of her steps lightened by the warmth of the sun. The welcoming aroma of breakfast wafted through the air as she entered, mingling with the earthy essence of the herbs still clinging to her hands. Her mother stood by the stove, a furrow in her brow as she stirred a pot, glancing up only briefly to offer a curt nod. The room was filled with warmth, but an underlying tension clung to the air like the scent of burning wood. "Could you help with the bread? The oven's almost ready," her mother said, her voice clipped and practical. Kaelin nodded, eager to bridge the distance that had grown between them. As she reached for the bread, her mother glanced at her with a mixture of pride and disappointment. "You need to focus on what really matters, Kaelin," she added, a hint of exasperation coloring her tone. "This healing, it's not the same as chasing after stories in the forest." Those words struck a chord in Kaelin, a reminder of the expectations that loomed over her. She felt her defenses rise, but she swallowed her retort. "I'm learning," she replied quietly, placing the bread on the counter. "I want to help the village." Her mother's expression softened, but the uncertainty lingered in her gaze, as if measuring the distance between Kaelin's dreams and her mother's fears. The moment felt heavy, filled with unspoken words and unresolved tension. But Kaelin chose to move forward, determined to carve her own path. After breakfast, Kaelin decided to visit the village elder, knowing he held wisdom that might guide her in her quest to become a healer. The path to the elder's home wound through the heart of Eldro, where the vibrant marketplace buzzed with life. As she walked, Kaelin exchanged greetings with villagers, her heart swelling with pride at being part of this tight-knit community. Each smile and wave seemed to affirm her place among them. She arrived at the elder's door, an ancient structure draped in climbing vines, and knocked softly. The door creaked open, revealing the elder, a kind but weathered face framed by wispy white hair. "Ah, Kaelin," he greeted, his voice a soothing balm. "What brings you here today?" Gathering her thoughts, she explained her desire to learn more about the ancient healing practices her grandmother once wielded. The elder's gaze sharpened, and he motioned for her to enter. "Healing is a noble pursuit, but it requires deep understanding of not only the herbs, but of the heart," he said, gesturing toward a table filled with jars of dried plants. Kaelin nodded, feeling the weight of his words, wanting nothing more than to honor her family's legacy and deepen her skills. As they gathered around the table, the elder began to recount tales of ancient healers, weaving stories filled with both wisdom and caution. Kaelin listened intently, absorbing each word as he spoke of the delicate balance between nature and magic, and the responsibility that came with knowledge. "Many think healing is merely about fixing what is seen," he said, his voice steady. "But true healing begins deep within. It's about understanding the pain, embracing the darkness as well as the light." Kaelin felt a stirring in her heart, a mixture of fear and fascination at the weight of these truths. "What if I fail?" she whispered, staring at the jars filled with vibrant herbs. "What if I can't save someone I love?" The elder turned, his eyes kind but piercing. "Healing requires both strength and vulnerability. Accepting that you cannot control everything is part of your growth." His words lingered in the air, settling within Kaelin as she contemplated her fears. Determined, she took a deep breath, recognizing that she must embrace both the joy and the sorrow that came with the healing path. With the elder's words echoing in her mind, Kaelin resolved to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. She carefully selected a few herbs from the jars, formulating a simple remedy for common ailments. As she worked, her hands moved with purpose, the familiarity of the task grounding her as she focused on the textures and scents of the plants. "Every healer has their own methods," the elder remarked, observing her movements. "But it is the heart behind those methods that truly matters." Kaelin nodded, absorbing the lessons, feeling a new sense of confidence settle in her chest. As she mixed the ingredients, she imagined the villagers she would help, the lives she would touch, her commitment to her role strengthening with each passing moment. She glanced up at the elder, grateful for his guidance. She felt more prepared than ever to step into the healer's path that awaited her. As Kaelin finished her preparations, a sense of purpose radiated from within her. She stood before the elder, feeling both a weight of responsibility and a flicker of excitement about her journey. "Thank you for your guidance," she said earnestly, hoping he understood the depth of her gratitude. He smiled knowingly, as if recognizing the transformation blossoming within her. "Remember, the path of a healer is also a path of learning. Each step will teach you as much about yourself as it will about your craft." With his words following her, Kaelin stepped back outside, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin. The village awaited, vibrant and full of life. But she also understood now that the forest called to her, filled with unknown challenges and the promise of growth. Determined, she headed toward home, ready to embrace whatever came next, knowing her journey as a healer was only just beginning. Chapter 2: Into the Shadows. The forest loomed before Kaelin, tall trees shrouded in shadows, their twisted trunks whispering secrets of ancient magic. Each step into the dense underbrush was accompanied by the crisp scent of pine and damp earth, overpowering the familiar smells of Eldro, igniting a mix of fear and exhilaration within her. Kaelin paused to glance back, the village now a distant memory, a reminder of safety and comfort that receded with each stride she took into the unknown. Her heart raced as she recalled her grandmother's stories. The forest was alive with wonders and dangers, a place where healing magic intertwined with darker forces. Determined, she pressed on deeper into the woods, each movement deliberate as she attuned herself to the sounds surrounding her. The rustle of leaves, the calls of distant creatures, and the quiet thrum of magic flickering in the air. As the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor, Kaelin felt the weight of expectation settle upon her. She was no longer the unsure healer from Eldro. She was here to seek her destiny, ready to uncover the truths that awaited. Kaelin stepped carefully through the underbrush, her senses heightened as she searched for any signs of the unusual flickering light she had spotted earlier. With each cautious movement, she scanned the area, noting the vibrant foliage and the way the shadows danced in the light filtering through the trees. She crouched low, observing the ground for any disturbances, broken twigs, unusual plant growth, or anything that might hint at magical occurrences. As she worked, she remembered her elders' teachings about the interconnectedness of nature, how the smallest changes could lead to larger truths. A sudden rustle made her heart skip a beat, and she turned to see a small creature watching her with curious eyes. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder filled her. She understood that this forest was both a challenge and a place of potential, urging her to remain vigilant and attuned to the world around her. As Kaelin continued her exploration, she spotted a narrow path winding deeper into the forest, cloaked in shadows but promising more answers. Determined, she followed the trail, her heart racing with a blend of excitement and trepidation, aware that this could lead her to the flickering light, or possibly uncover the source of the disturbances in Eldro. Suddenly, she remembered the stories her grandmother shared about ancient healers who walked these paths and the lessons they learned from nature's whispers. Stopping briefly, Kaelin took a calming breath and focused on her instincts, the pressing desire to discover the truth driving her forward. With each step, she felt the energy of the forest enveloping her, as if it were encouraging her to dig deeper, both within herself and into the secrets the woods held. Her surroundings felt charged with magic, and she knew she had to be wise and attuned if she wanted to harness that power for the villagers back home. As she ventured further down the path, Kaelin caught sight of a faint glow through the trees, flickering like a beacon in the dim light. Her heart raced with anticipation. Could this be the light she had seen before? Stepping closer, she felt a mix of hope and apprehension, aware that the forest was alive with magic and the unknown. She carefully maneuvered around gnarled roots and low-hanging branches, each obstacle a reminder of the challenges she would face on her journey. When the trees finally parted, revealing a clearing filled with luminescent flowers, Kaelin gasped. The delicate petals shimmered softly, illuminating the space with a tranquil light, and for a moment, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, a reminder that beauty could coexist with danger in this enchanted forest. As Kaelin knelt to examine the glowing flowers, she felt their energy pulsing gently beneath her fingertips. Intrigued, she carefully plucked one of the blooms, aware of its potential healing properties, and began to sketch down notes in her journal. The vivid colors and luminescent light captivated her, filling her with a sense of purpose. Perhaps these flowers could provide the aid she sought for the villagers back home. Suddenly, a rustling sound interrupted her focus, and she looked up to see a shadowy figure emerge from the trees, stepping cautiously into the clearing. Her heart raced as the figure resolved into a young man, his expression cautious but curious, glancing between her and the mesmerizing flowers. "Those are rare," he said, his voice steady but edged with a hint of challenge. "You'll need to be careful with what you take from the forest." Kaelin, momentarily taken aback, felt a mix of apprehension and intrigue. Who was this stranger, and what did he know about the flowers that could change everything? The young man stepped closer, his eyes studying her intently. "I'm Aiden," he introduced, his tone softening as he observed her fascination with the flowers. "They may seem beautiful, but their power comes with great responsibility." Kaelin, still wary but intrigued, nodded slowly. "I understand. I'm here to help my village. I thought maybe these could aid our healing." Aiden's expression shifted, curiosity mingling with a hint of concern. "The forest tests those who seek its gifts. You'll need to show respect, or it may turn against you." She felt a spark of determination. This was more than just a chance to gather resources. It was a moment to connect with the forest and its secrets. "I'm willing to learn," she replied, meeting his gaze with sincerity. "If you know more about these flowers, I would appreciate your guidance." Aiden paused, weighing her request. There's much to understand, but the forest is not as forgiving as it seems. As they stood amidst the glowing blooms, Kaelin felt a sense of possibility begin to blossom, an unforeseen ally in her quest for knowledge and healing.
Chapter 3: Allies and Adversaries. Kaelin stepped into the bustling marketplace of Eldro, the lively chatter of villagers mingling with the rich aromas of fresh produce and herbs. The sight of familiar faces brought a mix of comfort and urgency. She needed to gather supplies for her journey and share what she had discovered in the forest with the community. As she navigated through the crowd, she exchanged greetings, her mind racing to prioritize her tasks. She needed herbs, bandages, and any additional resources that could aid the villagers facing illness. The bustling stalls were filled with vibrant colors, but her focus remained sharp, spotting Elder Harlan's booth where he sold dried herbs and remedies. Kaelin approached, determined to seek his wisdom and stock up on essentials. "Elder Harlan," she called out, her voice cutting through the noise as she reached his stall. He looked up, his aged features breaking into a warm smile, though his eyes held a glimmer of curiosity. "Ah, Kaelin, you've returned. What wisdom do you bring from your venture?" Taking a breath, she shared her recent experiences, the glowing flowers, and the potential for healing magic, eager to convey the importance of their findings. Elder Harlan listened intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern, as Kaelin recounted the ambush and the dark forces at play in the forest. "Magic is a powerful ally, but it can just as easily be a dangerous enemy," he warned, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Kaelin nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. She felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, acutely aware that knowledge without wisdom could lead to disastrous consequences. "I know we must be cautious," she responded, ensuring her determination shone through. "But we cannot ignore the offerings of the forest. They may hold the key to saving our village from this illness." Harlan sighed, his eyes reflecting a blend of pride and apprehension. "You have the heart of a healer, Kaelin, but remember that with every gift comes a burden." He gestured toward a collection of dried herbs, indicating which ones would be most beneficial for her preparations. As Kaelin selected the necessary items, she felt a newfound resolve emboldened by the elder's guidance. This wasn't just about healing anymore. It was about understanding the balance of power that magic required. As Kaelin finished gathering the herbs, she noticed a few villagers nearby, exchanging hushed whispers, their expressions anxious and uncertain. Curiosity piqued, she approached, unsure of the source of their concern. "Is everything all right?" she asked, her voice carrying a note of urgency. One villager, a woman with weary eyes, looked up at her, hesitation etched on her face. "Strange things have been happening since you left. Shadows moving in the woods, and livestock going missing at night." Kaelin's heart sank. The darkness she encountered was seeping into Eldro, and her absence had not shielded the village from its effects. "We need to come together as a community," she asserted, feeling the responsibility of her role weighing heavier. "Our village must not divide in the face of these threats." The villagers exchanged glances, some nodding in agreement, while others remained troubled, uncertainty flickering like a candle flame in their eyes. Kaelin recognized that not everyone was ready to trust her or embrace the changes she proposed. Fear had a way of fracturing unity. Determined, she steeled herself to reaffirm her commitment, knowing that she needed to inspire confidence, not just in herself, but in their collective strength to face what lay ahead. Kaelin took a deep breath, grounding herself before addressing the villagers gathered around her. "We have faced challenges before," she began, her voice clear and steady, "and we will face them again. But we cannot let fear dictate our actions. We must lean on each other and our strengths." Some villagers exchanged hesitant glances, still mired in doubt, but Kaelin pressed on. "When I ventured into the forest, I learned that we have power beyond what we realize. The healing magic isn't just in the herbs, it's in our unity as a community." A few villagers nodded, drawn in by her conviction. She could see their resolve starting to strengthen, but she needed to do more to rally those still unsure. "Let's come together to discuss how we can protect Eldro," she urged, gesturing toward the town square, where they could gather and share ideas.
The woman with weary eyes stepped forward, her brow furrowed, but her tone more hopeful. "What do you suggest, Kaelin?" Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude for the support. "We need to organize patrols and gather more information about these occurrences. I'll ensure we collect supplies to protect our livestock and homes." As she spoke, Kaelin noticed a shift in the atmosphere, the villagers beginning to engage with one another, discussing possible strategies. This small yet significant interaction began to foster a sense of teamwork that she hoped would change how they faced the challenges ahead.
As the discussions intensified, villagers began to propose their own ideas, each contributing their insights and knowledge gained from past experiences.
A local farmer stood up, suggesting they reinforce the fences around their livestock, sharing stories of previous incursions he had encountered. Another villager, a seasoned hunter, volunteered to patrol the outskirts of the forest, eager to keep watch for any signs of the threats lurking in the shadows. Kaelin felt a swell of pride as she observed the transformation unfolding before her. "Together, we can create a strong defense," she affirmed, her voice rising with conviction. "We have the knowledge and the skills needed to protect our home." The energy in the crowd shifted. Skepticism began to fade as they leaned into the discussions, voices rising in confidence and determination. This growing unity presented a stark contrast to the uncertainty that had clouded them just moments ago, and Kaelin could sense the renewed connection forging between her and the villagers. Feeling the importance of the moment, she made a mental note to ensure everyone understood their roles, the strength of their community hinging on this shared commitment to action. With plans taking shape, Kaelin called for a final meeting to solidify their commitments and ensure everyone was prepared for the tasks ahead. As the villagers gathered again, she felt their energy lift her spirit, the sense of camaraderie palpable in the air. "Let's go over what we need to do," she said, her voice steady as she outlined their strategies once more, ensuring no detail was overlooked. She organized the villagers into small groups based on their skills. The farmers would fortify the fields, the hunters would patrol the borders, and those with herbal knowledge would create additional remedies and barriers against potential threats. As the villagers nodded and began to form teams, Kaelin caught sight of a few hesitant faces, those still grappling with the recent events. "Remember, we're not just protecting our homes, we're safeguarding our community and our future," she urged, infusing her words with conviction. This rallying cry seemed to resonate, sparking a sense of determination as doubts slowly melted away, and the villagers began sharing ideas and stepping forward with confidence. In that moment, Kaelin recognized that the strength of their relationships was as vital as the actions they planned to take, solidifying her understanding that leadership is not just about direction, but building a sense of unity amongst those you lead. Chapter 4: The Heart of the Forest. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, as Kaelin and her allies prepared for the night patrols. With the air cooling, anticipation hung heavily in the atmosphere, a blend of uncertainty and determination as they organized themselves for the impending threat. Villagers moved with purpose, their earlier fears replaced with a renewed sense of responsibility. The sounds of hammering echoed from the fields as farmers reinforced fences, while whispers of strategy swirled among those preparing to take the night watch. Kaelin stood at the center of the square, her heart racing as she reviewed the plans one last time, ensuring that everyone understood their roles in the defense. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her responsibilities settle on her shoulders, but also the strength of her community rallying around her. "Remember," she called out, her voice clear, "we are all in this together. Stay vigilant and support one another. If you see anything unusual, communicate quickly." The group nodded, determination evident in their eyes. As they began to disperse, Kaelin caught sight of Finn standing on the sidelines, his youthful face a mixture of pride and anxiety. She walked over, kneeling down to his level. "You'll be careful, right?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Kaelin smiled softly, feeling a surge of affection for her brother. I'll keep an eye on everything, just like we talked about, and I'll be back before you know it.
The night settled over Eldro like a thick blanket, cool and still, while the villagers prepared for their watch. Kaelin moved quietly through the shadows of the village, checking in with each group to ensure they had everything necessary for their tasks. As she approached the patrol group, she spotted Ellen and a few other trusted allies assembling near the edge of the woods, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of lanterns. "Are you ready?" Kaelin asked, her voice steady, masking the concern she felt about the unknown lurking beyond the trees. Ellen nodded, a determined look in her eyes. "We've checked our supplies and practiced our signals. We're set to go." They shared a brief, encouraging smile, reminding Kaelin of the bond that had developed over their shared challenges. Moments later, the group heard a rustle in the bushes nearby, the sound sharp and sudden, causing instinctive tension to ripple through the air. Kaelin's heart raced as she motioned for silence, her senses heightened as she strained to listen. "Should we check it out?" One of the patrol members whispered nervously, glancing between Kaelin and Ellen. Kaelin weighed their options quickly, recalling the risks of approaching unknown sounds. "Let's not jump to conclusions. We should observe first," she replied, demonstrating her knowledge and taking a moment to assess their surroundings. With her decision made, Kaelin instructed the group to spread out slightly and maintain their positions, ready to respond as necessary while keeping the noise to a minimum. This immediate action reflected her growth, embracing leadership by incorporating careful strategy and collaboration. As they stood in the darkness, the rustling continued, drawing nervous glances among the patrol members. Kaelin strained to listen, trying to discern the source of the noise while keeping her allies focused. "Maybe it's just a rabbit or something," Ellen whispered, attempting to ease the tension in the air. But Kaelin's instincts told her otherwise. The sound was too deliberate, almost as if something was probing their defenses. "Let's stay alert," Kaelin replied, her voice low yet firm. "We need to be prepared for anything." She glanced at her allies, noting their anxiety, but also the determination in their eyes. Just then, a shape darted out from the underbrush, and before Kaelin could react, it revealed itself to be a startled deer, eyes wide as it took off into the forest. Relief washed over the group, accompanied by nervous laughter as the tension dissipated. Kaelin allowed herself a small smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie as they shared in the moment, even if just briefly. But deep down, she remained aware that with every sound, their watch wouldn't be over until dawn. As the night deepened, Kaelin and her allies settled back into their watch, the initial fright fading into a shared determination. They resumed their positions, attentively scanning the tree line for any signs of movement, while the sounds of the forest surrounded them, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, a distant hoot of an owl. Kaelin found herself checking in with each member of the patrol, her heart steadying with each exchanged word, reinforcing their sense of unity as they stood guard. "Stay close, and remember the signals we practiced," she reminded them, her tone encouraging as she wanted to instill confidence amid apprehension. However, doubt crept back into her mind as she replayed Ellen's earlier worries about the potential dangers they faced in the dark. The thought of failure weighed on her, the implications of what would happen if they were unprepared gnawing at her resolve. Just as she began to lose focus, a loud crack reverberated through the trees, instantly snapping her attention back to the surrounding woods. Kaelin held her breath as the noise echoed through the forest, a sharp reminder of the dangers that lay in the shadows. Her allies instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes darting towards the sound as they braced themselves for what might come next. "Get ready," she whispered, her heart pounding in sync with the approaching uncertainty. She strained to listen, trying to identify the source of the disturbance, feeling the adrenaline surge through her veins. In that moment, she recognized the depth of her responsibility, not just for her safety, but for the well-being of her team. The forest seemed to come alive with anticipation, each rustle of leaves amplifying their tension, and Kaelin's determination only grew stronger.
They could not falter now.
Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dense undergrowth, its silhouette shifting in the low light. Kaelin's breath caught in her throat as she prepared to take action, anticipating the worst. But as the figure stepped into the clearing, it became clear. It was a villager, eyes wide with panic and urgency. "Kaelin, they're coming! Rhiannon's forces are close!" the villager gasped, breathless from running. Instinctively, Kaelin's heart raced, and she felt a surge of determination mixed with fear as her mind raced to comprehend the implications of this news. "Gather everyone. We need to prepare for defense," she shouted, immediately taking charge of the situation. The urgency of the moment pressed in on her. She felt the weight of leadership heavy on her shoulders, but found strength in her resolve to protect her village. Chapter 5. The Test of Trust. Kaelin hurriedly assembled her allies in a village square, their faces illuminated by flickering lanterns as the night air buzzed with tension. "Listen up," she called, her voice cutting through the murmurs of uncertainty that filled the space. "We have to prepare for the worst. Rhiannon's forces are close, and we need everyone to work together to protect our home." She spotted familiar faces among the crowd, Finn's anxious expression, Ellen's look of determination, and Timon's skeptical gaze. "First, we must secure our perimeter. I want teams to patrol the edges of the village and report back any movement," Kaelin instructed, her tone firm and commanding. As her allies exchanged nods, she felt a rush of confidence. This was her moment to lead, to ensure everyone's safety through swift action. Kaelin sensed the weight of their reliance on her and felt empowered by the responsibility she was embracing, ready to guide them through whatever challenges lay ahead. As Kaelin outlined their strategy, she assigned specific tasks to her allies based on their strengths, ensuring everyone knew their roles. "Ellen, you lead the patrol team along the western edge. Keep an eye out for any signs of movement," she directed, watching as Ellen's expression shifted from concern to determination. "Timon, I need you to gather the weaker animals from the fields and bring them to safety," Kaelin continued, noting his slight hesitation but also the flicker of resolve in his eyes. While her allies dispersed to address their assignments, Kaelin felt a surge of responsibility, recognizing the importance of each contribution to their collective success. As she made last-minute adjustments, she stepped beside Finn, who was watched nervously, shifting from foot to foot. "Are you sure about all this? What if they come here?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly while seeking reassurance from his sister. Kaelin leaned down, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We will be ready for them. Trust in our preparations, Finn. Together, we are strong." With a determined nod, she returned to the front, feeling a renewed sense of purpose and the weight of leadership resting firmly on her shoulders. As the preparations began, the atmosphere buzzed with a mix of urgency and anxiety, the villagers quickly falling into their assigned tasks. Kaelin took a moment to observe the scene, feeling a swell of pride at how efficiently her allies were moving, but she also sensed lingering doubts among some faces, particularly Timon, who still retained a skeptical demeanor. He looked up from securing the pen for the animals, a furrowed brow suggesting that he was battling his fears about the upcoming confrontation. "Are we really ready for this?" he questioned, catching Kaelin's eye. Vulnerability creeping through his bravado, Kaelin steeled herself, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. "We have prepared, Timon. I believe in this group and in what we can accomplish together. We have each other's backs." His slight nod indicated a mix of acceptance and apprehension, revealing how Kaelin's leadership was beginning to influence the dynamics within the team. As she turned to check on Ellen's team, she noticed their seamless communication while they set up barriers, reminding her that she wasn't alone in this fight. Kaelin felt the weight of responsibility shift slightly from her shoulders as the collective resolve of her allies began to reinforce her own courage. The tension in the air grew thick as Kaelin checked on her team, each member moving with a sense of purpose that filled her with hope. However, her focus shifted when a distant howl echoed through the trees, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The comforting noises of the village faded,
replaced by whispers of fear and uncertainty among her allies. Kaelin felt a flutter of anxiety in her stomach, but she pushed it aside, knowing she had to maintain composure for the sake of her team. "We stick to the plan," Kaelin shouted, her voice cutting through the growing panic. "Stay alert and don't let fear take hold. We are ready for this." Her determination seemed to resonate with the group. They nodded in agreement, and she could see their resolve strengthening. Even Timon, previously skeptical, straightened his back as the howl faded, showing signs of bolstered confidence in the face of uncertainty. Kaelin knew that they would face whatever came their way together, reinforcing that their collective strength would endure through the night. As they finished their preparations, Kaelin felt the urgency in the air shift to a charged anticipation. She gathered everyone around, wanting to ensure her allies understood the importance of their roles in the upcoming confrontation. "Remember the strategies we discussed," she said, her eyes scanning the group. "Communication is key. If you see anything unusual, signal immediately." The villagers responded with nods and murmurs of agreement, their earlier fears replaced by a shared resolve. Kaelin glanced at Ellen, who stood ready to lead a scouting team, and offered her a reassuring smile, silently affirming their bond and mutual trust. Just as she was about to continue, a sharp rustle from the tree line caught her attention, drawing the group's focus away from her speech. Kaelin's heart raced as she raised a hand for silence, instinctively urging everyone to remain calm and vigilant. "Stay focused," she reminded them, her leadership grounded in the lessons learned from earlier encounters. With each moment of uncertainty, Kaelin felt the weight of her responsibility, but she also recognized how far they had all come together. The rustling grew louder, and Kaelin's instincts kicked in. "Positions," she commanded, her voice echoing through the night, slicing through the tension that hung in the air. Her allies quickly reassumed their alert stances, eyes darting toward the source of the noise, adrenaline coursing through them. Kaelin positioned herself at the front, mind racing with strategies as she focused on calming her breath. She could feel the weight of the moment. This was what they had prepared for. The forest seemed to hold its breath alongside them, the shadows deepening as the unknown awaited just beyond the tree line. "Trust each other and remember your training," Kaelin urged, her voice steady and resolute, instilling confidence in her allies. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, but within her grew a sense of determination. They had faced challenges together before, and together they would confront whatever came next. Chapter 6: A Calculated Risk. Kaelin's heart raced as she caught sight of movement just beyond the tree line, a shadow shifting in the darkness. Adrenaline surged through her body as she signaled for silence, urging her allies to focus on the emerging threat. The clearing became a battleground of tension, each member of the group poised for action, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns swaying in the breeze. "Prepare yourselves," Kaelin whispered, her voice steady despite the chaos brewing inside her. She quickly scanned the area, assessing their surroundings for potential escape routes, while simultaneously urging her group to remain calm. The air was thick with anticipation, and Kaelin could feel her leadership tested as she grasped the weight of the moment, the responsibility to protect her friends from what lay ahead. In that instant, her purpose crystallized. She was not just a healer anymore, but a leader ready to face the inevitable confrontation with unwavering resolve. As the figure stepped into the clearing, the tension broke like a wave against the shore, revealing Rhiannon's minions. Kaelin's allies shifted uneasily, their bodies readying for a fight, as they recognized the grotesque forms lurking just beyond the edge of the trees. "Stay together," Kaelin urged, rallying her team to form a defensive line, the words echoing against the trees like a battle cry. She scanned their ranks, ensuring everyone was accounted for, her heart pounding in rhythm with the urgency of the moment. Before she could enact their strategy, one of the minions lunged forward, snarling and snapping, forcing Kaelin to react instinctively. Without hesitation, she threw a vial of the protective salve they had made, hitting the creature squarely, causing it to recoil momentarily. The mixture shimmered as it absorbed the light, making it momentarily vulnerable. "Now," Kaelin shouted, signaling her allies to engage as her adrenaline fueled her resolve. In that instant, everything shifted, each ally drawing strength from her leadership, stepping into the roles Kaelin had carved out for them in the face of danger. As the fight erupted, Kaelin moved swiftly, coordinating her allies with a series of clear commands, ensuring they adapted to the unfolding chaos. "Teeman, flank left. Ellen, cover our rear," she shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos and rallying her troops to act decisively. Her instincts guided her as she dodged a swipe from one of the minions, her heart racing yet focused on their goal. Kaelin saw Ellen execute a graceful maneuver, using her agility to evade an attack and strike back at a minion, embodying the strength she knew Ellen possessed. With each movement, Kaelin reinforced her belief that they could work as a cohesive unit, drawing on the lessons learned from their earlier encounters and the trust they had built. Though the chaos bombarded her senses, she remained calm, diligent in her efforts to keep the group together, her leadership deepening with each command she issued. Feeling a surge of determination, Kaelin focused on the bigger picture. This wasn't just about the immediate skirmish, but about instilling confidence in her allies and proving their ability to triumph over darkness together. In the midst of the battle, Kaelin noticed the tide beginning to shift. One of the minions was making a break for it, darting toward the shadows of the trees. Without thinking, she sprinted after it, needing to prevent it from escaping and alerting others to their presence. "Kaelin, wait!" Ellen called out, concern lacing her voice as she struggled to keep her footing against the remaining creatures. But Kaelin was determined. She knew that if they lost any trace of the enemy, it could jeopardize their entire mission. As she pursued the minion, her heart raced, adrenaline propelling her forward. She weaved through the thick underbrush, her focus narrowing to the creature's movements. Just as she was about to reach it, the minion veered off course, its agility catching her by surprise. Kaelin quickly recalibrated, realizing she had to rely on her surroundings. Glancing at her feet, she spotted a fallen branch and seized it, using it to expertly block the creature's path. With a swift motion, she cornered it against a tree, her breath coming in quick bursts. As the minion struggled against the tree, Kaelin could see fear in its eyes, and for a fleeting moment she hesitated, wondering if there was more to its actions than mere malice. But the urgency of the situation pressed upon her, overriding any sympathy. "Tell me where Rhiannon is," she demanded, her voice firm as she squared her shoulders, using her height to intimidate the creature further. It hissed back, revealing sharp teeth, but instead of launching an attack, it hesitated, perhaps sensing her determination. Ellen finally caught up, panting but alert. "Kaelin, we need to regroup," she urged, casting quick glances around, aware that time was running out. Kaelin met Ellen's gaze, weighing her options. "Just a moment," she replied, her focus firm on the minion. "I need to know what we're up against." She pressed closer, lowering her voice. "I can help you. Just tell me what you know." The creature's body trembled, uncertainty flickering across its features in the fading light. When it finally snarled, revealing the fear that mingled with aggression, Kaelin felt a surge of resolve. She had to uncover the truth, not only for her mission, but to protect her friends. After a moment of intense confrontation, the minion dropped its gaze, the fight beginning to leave its body as it contemplated Kaelin's offer. It's not safe," it stammered, its voice a mix of fear and desperation. "Rhiannon is powerful. She knows you're coming." Kaelin felt a rush of adrenaline. This was the information they desperately needed. "Then help us stop her," she urged, her voice steady. "Tell us how to find her. We can protect you from her wrath." The minion flicked its eyes to the ground, wavering but clearly weighing its options. Ellen, still on guard, exchanged a glance with Kaelin before stepping closer. "We can work together. You don't have to face her alone. Trust us," she added, reinforcing Kaelin's plea. The creature hesitated, then nodded slowly, revealing a hidden path leading deeper into the forest where Rhiannon's lair lay. Kaelin felt a sense of victory swell inside her, but she also recognized the risk they were about to take by trusting this creature. "Lead the way," she said, her voice firm yet compassionate, aware that this could be the turning point in their quest. As they followed the minion, Kaelin's confidence blossomed. Navigating this treacherous terrain required all they had learned, and she was determined to face whatever dangers awaited them together.
Chapter 7. Facing the Darkness. Kaelin and her allies followed the minion through the winding paths of the forest, the thick canopy filtering the sunlight into a mosaic of dappled shadows. Each step felt heavy with the weight of anticipation and uncertainty, the air thick with tension. The creature moved swiftly ahead, glancing back occasionally to ensure they were close, its body taut with nervous energy. Kaelin remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger or traps, aware that Rhiannon's influence lingered in the shadows. "Stay alert," she whispered to her group, keeping her voice low as they navigated the twisting trails. They reached a clearing, where the ground scattered with remnants of old magic, remnants of past battles that echoed through the trees. The minion paused, casting wary glances around, seemingly hesitant to venture further, and Kaelin felt a rush of adrenaline. They were close to uncovering Rhiannon's secrets. Kaelin glanced at her allies, noting the tightness in their expressions as they sensed the growing unease. "Is this the place?" she asked the minion, her voice steady, despite the uneasiness creeping into her chest. The creature nodded, its eyes scanning the clearing, revealing a mixture of fear and caution. "Rhiannon's lair is just beyond here, but you must be careful. She will not take kindly to intruders." Kaelin exchanged looks with Ellen and Timon, gauging their readiness, and felt a surge of responsibility for their safety. "Let's approach carefully," she instructed, her mind racing with strategies, weighing the risks of their next steps. As they crept closer, her heart pounded in rhythm with the pulse of the forest, thrilling and terrifying at the same time. She sensed the ancient magic all around them, the air electric with possibility, and Kaelin couldn't shake the feeling that this was a pivotal moment for her journey. As they inched closer to the edge of the clearing, Kaelin signaled for everyone to halt. She could see the outline of the lair beyond, a twisted amalgamation of dark stones and creeping vines, exuding an aura of palpable darkness. Kaelin felt her pulse quicken, the weight of their mission pressing down on her. "Let's set up a perimeter," she whispered, her eyes darting around to ensure they weren't exposed. With a quick nod, Ellen and Timon began distributing tasks, gathering supplies to create makeshift traps and barriers around the entrance. Kaelin's mind raced with strategies, as she recalled Mara's teachings about ambush tactics and employing the forest's resources to their advantage. But as they worked, she sensed an uneasy tension brewing within Timon, who glanced back toward the path they had traveled, uncertainty etched on his face. "Shouldn't we just turn back? We don't know what's waiting for us in there," he said, his voice laced with apprehension. Kaelin met his gaze, her determination unwavering. "If we leave now, we abandon not just our mission, but also Ellen. We can't go back. We have to see this through." This moment fortified her resolve, steeling her against the doubts swirling in their ranks as she focused on the task at hand. As the preparations continued, Kaelin's instincts called for a deeper assessment of the lair. She motioned for Ellen to join her as they crept closer to the entrance, careful not to draw attention to themselves. Kaelin's heart raced, awareness heightened, as she scanned the edges of the lair for any sign of life, any disturbance in the shadows. "Keep an eye out for traps or enchanted wards," she murmured to Ellen, who nodded in understanding. Together, they inspected the area, Kaelin recalling Mara's teachings about the importance of caution and observation in the face of potential danger. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from inside the lair, halting Kaelin in her tracks. Ellen's eyes widened, fear flickering across her face as she gripped Kaelin's arm. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, urgency lacing her tone. Kaelin nodded, adrenaline surging through her, as she knew they needed to decide quickly, either confront whatever lurked inside, or fall back to regroup. "Let's press on," she decided, her voice steady, feeling the weight of leadership as she chose to face the uncertainty head-on. Kaelin and Ellen made their way to the mouth of the lair, where the darkness seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The growl from within reverberated again, a low, haunting sound that ignited a fierce sense of urgency in Kaelin. "Ready your weapons," she whispered, glancing at Ellen, whose expression mirrored her own determination, despite the fear that lingered in the air. As they prepared to enter, Kaelin positioned herself at the forefront, her resolve hardening. In that moment, the world outside faded away. All that mattered was the task at hand and the responsibility of rescuing Ellen while confronting whatever awaited them. They stepped inside together, the darkness closing around them, and Kaelin could feel her heart pounding in her chest, adrenaline coursing through her veins. "Stay close," she urged, her voice steady despite the shadows closing in, reminding them both of their shared purpose as they ventured deeper into the unknown. As they ventured deeper into the lair, the air grew thick with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the distant dripping of water. Kaelin walked cautiously, every sense heightened, straining to listen for signs of movement or danger. The dark walls were slick and damp, adorned with strange markings that hinted at ancient magic, but there was no time for exploration. They had a purpose. "Stay alert," she whispered to Ellen, who nodded, her grip tightening around her weapon as they moved forward. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Kaelin's eye, and she quickly raised a hand, signaling for Ellen to halt. From the shadows, a figure emerged, an ally from the village lurking within the lair, looking equally startled to see them. "What are you doing here?" Kaelin asked, confusion mixing with relief as she recognized the familiar face. "I came to find you," the figure replied, urgency evident in their trembling voice. "I overheard Rhiannon's plans. She's going to strike tonight." Kaelin's heart sank as the gravity of their mission intensified, and the urgency of their task surged with each word spoken. Chapter 8. A Moment of Clarity. Kaelin's pulse quickened as she absorbed the news, the weight of the words crashing over her like a gust of wind. "Rhiannon is planning to strike tonight?" she echoed, disbelief mingling with the urgency of the situation, her mind racing through possible scenarios. The ally nodded, their eyes wide with fear. "I overheard her minions discussing preparations. They intend to catch the village off guard." Kaelin exchanged a glance with Ellen, who grimaced, clearly feeling the tension escalate. "What do we do?" Ellen asked, her voice steady but laced with anxiety. Kaelin took a steadying breath, her thoughts racing as she considered their options. They needed a plan that would not only protect the village, but also utilize the knowledge they had gathered. "First, we need to alert the others," Kaelin decided, urgency pushing her forward. "We can't let anyone be caught unprepared." She turned to the ally, determination filling her voice. "Lead us back to the others. We need to strategize now." As they retraced their steps, Kaelin's mind spun with the possibilities. Each decision they made from here on could change everything. Upon returning to the village, Kaelin and her group hastily gathered at the town square, the atmosphere crackling with tension and urgency. Kaelin stood at the forefront, her heart pounding, as villagers turned to her, eager for news. "We've learned that Rhiannon plans to strike tonight," she announced, voice steady but infused with determination. "We need to prepare immediately." The crowd murmured, a mix of fear and resolve, as they absorbed her words. Kaelin sensed their anxiety, but also their readiness to unite against a common threat. "Let's split into teams," she continued, directing the group's energy. "We need scouts to watch the perimeter and others to prepare defenses around the village." She locked eyes with Ellen, who quickly moved to gather volunteers while Kaelin focused on assigning roles to others. "We'll need to reinforce the boundaries and create barriers to slow down Rhiannon's forces," Kaelin ordered, keeping the momentum alive.
As they began to disperse, she felt a surge of confidence that their earlier preparations had prepared them for this challenge, her heart swelling with pride at the resolve displayed by the villagers. This was their moment to stand together, and together they would confront the darkness that loomed. As the villagers began to organize their efforts, Kaelin noticed some hesitations among them, particularly with Timon, who stood with crossed arms, watching the chaos unfold. "I don't think we should prepare for a direct confrontation," he voiced, his tone reflecting doubt. "What if Rhiannon's forces are too strong? We could lose everything trying to fight back." Kaelin felt the pressure of his words, hitting her like a sudden gust of wind. "Running away isn't an option," she countered, her voice steady. "We've seen how quickly fear can turn to panic. If we don't stand together, we risk losing our home and our people." Timon's brow furrowed, and he glanced around at the villagers, many quietly agreeing with Kaelin as they worked to gather supplies. "Kaelin, I appreciate your courage, I really do," he said reluctantly. "But we need a plan that prioritizes safety, not just bravery." Their exchange drew attention, and Kaelin sensed the weight of the moment. This wasn't just about strategy, it was about building trust and confronting fear within their community. "Then let's make a plan that ensures everyone's safety while standing our ground," she suggested, her tone softening, inviting dialogue rather than conflict. As they discussed possible tactics, Kaelin felt the tension ease slightly. The recognition that everyone was grappling with similar concerns brought them closer, and a shared sense of purpose began to emerge from the uncertainty. With the discussion gaining momentum, Kaelin began to outline a strategy that balanced aggression and caution. "Let's set up traps at the perimeter to slow any advancing forces," she suggested, her mind racing to combine offense with defense. "We can also fortify our houses to create safe havens while we combat any threats that get through." Ellen nodded, eager to contribute. "I can work on gathering materials for barricades, wood from the nearby trees, and anything we can use to reinforce doors and windows," she said, her voice filled with determination. Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude for her allies stepping up, reinforcing the dynamic within the group as they collaborated on this shared vision. As Timon listened, he began to see merit in Kaelin's approach. Her willingness to adapt the plan to ensure safety was starting to win him over. "Okay, I can check the western edge for any signs of movement while the rest of you set up the traps," Timon offered, a hint of resolve returning to his voice. Kaelin smiled at his newfound confidence. "That's the spirit. Together, we'll make sure our village stands strong against whatever Rhiannon throws at us." The energy among the villagers shifted as they rallied around her suggestions, recognizing that their collective effort and support could embolden their resolve in the face of looming danger. With their roles clearly assigned, the villagers began moving with renewed purpose, and Kaelin felt an invigorating sense of momentum build within the group. She watched as Ellen and a few others gathered materials for the barricades, their laughter interspersed with shouts of encouragement, each member feeding off the energy of the others. Kaelin moved around the square, where families and friends worked together, reinforcing their homes and preparing for the unknown that lurked beyond the tree line. She approached a small group of children, helping fetch wood, their faces a mixture of seriousness and enthusiasm as they contributed in their own way. "Make sure you're prying the sturdy branches from the fallen trees," she instructed, kneeling to their level, eager to inspire confidence. "We'll need them to create strong defenses." One of the children nodded vigorously and dashed off to find more branches, while Kaelin felt a swell of hope at their involvement. Every effort, no matter how small, made a difference. However, as Kaelin surveyed the preparations, she couldn't shake a slight unease lingering in the back of her mind. She knew that the stakes were high, and how they responded now would define not just their safety, but their spirit as a community. Steeling herself, she focused on the task at hand, ready to lead them through the uncertainty with strength and resolve. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, Kaelin gathered her allies once more in the square, ready to finalize their preparations for the night. The air was thick with anticipation, but there was a palpable energy among the villagers, a mix of anxiety and determination that fueled their commitment to the task ahead. "Let's review our plan one last time," Kaelin began, her voice steady and confident as she looked each member in the eye. Reaffirming their unity, with the group huddled close, she detailed their positions, highlighting the importance of teamwork and communication during the watch. "Trust your instincts and support one another, no matter what happens out there," she continued, her words ringing with the lessons learned throughout their journey together. The group nodded, absorbing her confidence, ready to defend their home against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, Kaelin felt the strong bonds they had formed, their shared resolve igniting a fire within her. She knew they were prepared, not just for the dangers ahead, but for whatever they might face in their future together.
Chapter 9. Reconciling Connections. With the sun setting and darkness encroaching, Kaelin felt a sense of urgency settle in as she gathered her allies for one final rallying call before the night watch began. The village square, once filled with activity, now felt solemn, a heavy veil of anticipation hovering over her friends and neighbors. "We need to address what we may face tonight," she said, her voice clear and firm, drawing everyone's attention. They formed a tight circle, their faces illuminated by flickering lanterns, each expression reflecting the gravity of the mission ahead. "I understand that fear is a natural response," Kaelin continued, her heart steadying as she spoke. "But we've trained together, and we have the strength of our community behind us." As she scanned their faces, she noticed lingering doubts in some of her allies, especially Timon, who stood slightly apart, arms crossed and brow furrowed. "Remember, we're not alone in this," Kaelin urged, trying to include him and the others who still harbored doubts. "Trust in each other, and we can face whatever may come." The group shifted slightly, a mixture of uncertainty and determination in their stances, but Kaelin could sense the collective resolve building, ready to confront the night. Kaelin took a deep breath, her thoughts racing as she visualized the plan in her mind. "Let's split into pairs to cover the entire perimeter," she instructed, looking at each ally to ensure they understood their roles. "I'll take the northern edge with Ellen. Timon, you and Finn cover the eastern approach. The rest of you can patrol the southern side." She noticed Finn's eyes widen at being paired with Timon, nervous excitement bubbling beneath the surface. "Stick together," she emphasized, catching both of their gazes. "We signal if we see anything unusual. If one of us is in trouble, we'll mobilize quickly. We are stronger together." Kaelin watched as her allies nodded and moved into action, some exchanging confident smiles while others still wore expressions of apprehension. She felt a pang of responsibility. If anything were to happen, she couldn't let fear override their training and preparation. As they set off into the night, she felt a mix of anticipation and pride swelling within her. This was the moment where their hard work would be put to the test. As the villagers dispersed into the shadows of the night, Kaelin felt the weight of the silence settling around her. The soft sounds of footsteps and whispers faded, replaced by the rustling leaves and distant hoots of owls, drawing her focus to the task ahead. She stepped alongside Ellen as they moved toward the northern edge, her senses heightened, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. "Do you think we'll really see anything?" Ellen asked, her voice barely above a whisper, a hint of doubt creeping in. "We have to be prepared just in case," Kaelin replied, her gaze sharp as she kept her attention on the darkness. "Remember what we've trained for." Suddenly, the faint sound of branches snapping nearby caught her attention, urging her to pause and listen carefully. Kaelin turned to Ellen, signaling for silence as they both strained to hear. The tension thickened in the air, Kaelin's heart pounding as they braced for potential danger, aware that their training was about to be put to the ultimate test. "Stay close," Kaelin admonished, adrenaline surging as she prepared for whatever emerged from the night. As they stood in the deepening shadows, Kaelin's instincts kicked in, and she motioned for Ellen to move stealthily closer to the source of the noise. The rustling grew louder, and Kaelin's heart raced,
the tension in her body palpable as she prepared for whatever threat awaited them. "Do you think it's Rhiannon's minions?" Ellen whispered, her eyes wide with apprehension, glancing around nervously. Kaelin nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "We must be ready for anything. Let's find a vantage point." They edged closer to a thicket that provided a clear view, and Kaelin positioned herself carefully, peering through the leaves to assess the situation. Just as they settled into position, a shadow slipped into the clearing, a figure cloaked in dark fabric, scanning the area as if searching for something lost. Kaelin's breath caught in her throat. "Stay low," she urged, adrenaline flooding her system as she watched the figure closely, aware that one wrong move could expose them. She could see the figure pull something from their cloak, a glimmering object reflecting the faint light of the moon, heightening the stakes. "What do we do?" Ellen whispered urgently, her voice trembling. Kaelin stayed silent, weighing their options. She knew they could either confront this figure or retreat quickly, and the outcome would depend on a split-second decision. Kaelin weighed her options, her mind racing. Seeing the cloaked figure inspecting the trinket, she decided that knowledge might be the key to their next move. "Let's try to get closer and hear what they're saying," she whispered to Ellen, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and resolve. Ellen hesitated, but nodded, trusting Kaelin's judgment as they slowly edged forward, keeping themselves hidden behind thick foliage. The figure spoke softly, their voice barely audible, yet enough for Kaelin to catch snippets of a conversation about Rhiannon's plans and the chaos she intended to unleash on the village. "They won't see it coming. The darkness will claim them," the figure said, a smirk evident in their tone. Kaelin felt a surge of anger. They were plotting against Eldro, and she knew she had to act quickly to thwart whatever scheme was brewing. She glanced back at Ellen. "We need to alert the others, but we can't let this person see us." Just as Kaelin turned to leave, a twig snapped beneath her foot, shattering the tension of the moment. The figure's head snapped around, eyes narrowing as they caught sight of the movement, and in an instant, Kaelin understood the danger of their close call. Kaelin's heart raced as she realized the figure was now aware of their presence. "Run!" she hissed, urgency flooding her voice as she grabbed Ellen's arm and pulled her back into the safety of the underbrush. They darted away from the clearing, adrenaline propelling them through the familiar paths of the forest, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. The urgency of the moment sharpened Kaelin's senses. She could hear the rustling branches and the rapid footsteps of the cloaked figure behind them, spurring her to push harder. "Where do we go?" Ellen panted beside her, keeping pace with the frantic sprint. "We need to regroup with the others," Kaelin shouted, her mind racing as she formulated their next steps. Keenly aware of the urgency, she took a sharp turn off the path, seeking a place where they could hide and catch their breath while assessing the situation. Finding a dense thicket, she quickly ducked inside with Ellen, their bodies pressed against the cool earth as they strained to listen for any sign of their pursuer. Kaelin's heart hammered in her chest, and she focused on calming her breath, knowing that their survival depended on maintaining their composure amidst the chaos. Chapter 10. New Beginnings. As Kaelin and Ellen crouched in the thicket, their breaths mingled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and moss. The sounds of the forest enveloped them, but the distant crunch of twigs snapped the fragile calm, reigniting their fears. Kaelin strained to listen, her heart pounding in the silence, aware that the cloaked figure could be pursuing them. "We need to get out of here," Ellen whispered, anxiety creeping into her voice. Pausing, Kaelin carefully weighed their options. They could either remain hidden and wait for the threat to pass, or try to make their way back to the village another way. Her instincts tingled with urgency, urging her to act decisively. "Let's move towards the river," she suggested, knowing that the waterway could provide a natural cover as they navigated back. With Ellen nodding in agreement, they prepared to slip from their hiding spot, determined to reach safety and rejoin their allies before it was too late. Quietly, Kaelin and Ellen crept from their thicket, their movements fluid and cautious,
as they made their way toward the river. Kaelin's heart raced, but she focused on the route ahead, scanning the underbrush for any sign of danger. The distant sound of flowing water grew louder, and with it, a sense of clarity washed over her. The river could be their lifeline, concealing their movements from whatever threats lingered in the shadows. Navigating through the dense forest floor, they ducked under low branches and tried to remain as silent as possible, every rustle sounding like an alarm in the still night air. Suddenly, Kaelin glanced back, anxiety creeping in again, as she thought she heard footsteps trailing behind them. "Faster," she urged Ellen, her determination sharpening. They pushed forward, their feet quickening until they finally broke through the trees and emerged at the riverbank. Kaelin let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the sight of the shimmering water reflecting the moonlight, momentarily distracting her from the fear still gnawing at her heart. As Kaelin and Ellen reached the riverbank, the cool breeze off the water brushed against their skin, bringing a moment of clarity amid the chaos. Kaelin knelt by the edge, dipping her fingers into the shimmering water, feeling the current flow around her, alive and relentless. "Should we follow the river?" Ellen asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she peered into the darkness beyond. Kaelin considered the question, knowing that following the water could lead them away from the danger, but also deeper into the unknown of the forest. "Yes," she replied, confidence returning. "The river can cover our tracks, and we can use it to find our way back to Eldro." As they prepared to move alongside the bank, Kaelin noticed the way Ellen's shoulders relaxed slightly, a sense of trust developing in their shared decision. They stepped into the shallow water, the coolness grounding them as they began to wade downstream, hearts synchronized with the pulsing rhythm of nature around them. But as they pressed on, Kaelin couldn't shake the feeling that their troubles were far from over. Every ripple in the water was a reminder that their journey was still fraught with uncertainty. As they moved along the riverbank, the shadows of the trees stretched long and foreboding, the ambient sounds of the forest surrounding them slowly fading into an eerie silence. Kaelin's senses were on high alert. The tranquility of the water felt deceptive, masking the potential threats hiding just beyond the shadows. "Do you think we lost them?" Ellen asked, her voice barely above a whisper, a hint of fear creeping back into her tone. Kaelin glanced around, searching the darkness for any signs of following minions or lingering dangers. "I hope so, but we can't let our guard down," she replied, her brows furrowing in concentration. Suddenly, a branch snapped nearby, sending them both into a defensive stance, hearts racing. Kaelin raised her hand, signaling for silence, aware that the slightest sound could alert any lurking threats. Again, the question of trust surfaced, as both allies exchanged worried glances, contemplating the different paths their decisions had led them down. Kaelin steadied her breath, reminding herself that fear could not dictate their actions. They had come too far to turn back now. "Patience," she urged, her voice low. "We can't let a noise deter us. We must keep moving and stay vigilant." With a determined nod, they continued down the riverside, ready to face whatever awaited them, the weight of their journey heavier upon them with each step. As Kaelin and Ellen navigated the river, the water flowed steadily, creating a rhythm that seemed to calm their racing hearts. Kaelin glanced back, ensuring they hadn't been followed, and noticed the tension in Ellen's posture beginning to ease. "We're making progress," she said, attempting to uplift Ellen's spirits. "If we keep heading this way, we should find a safer route back to Eldro." Ellen nodded, though her eyes remained vigilant, scanning the trees for any signs of movement. Suddenly, Kaelin felt a jolt of inspiration strike her. Remembering Mara's words about blending knowledge with nature, she reached down to collect some medicinal herbs growing near the water's edge. "We might need these if we have to treat injuries from the ambush," she said, grateful for the opportunity to apply what she had learned. Ellen helped her gather the plants, and as they worked, Kaelin felt their bond strengthening through shared purpose and cooperation. However, the earlier tension between them remained, and the unspoken fear of what lay ahead loomed,
challenging Kaelin's hope for a safe return. "We need to stay focused on our goal," she reminded herself, storing the herbs away as they resumed their trek along the riverbank, hearts steeled for whatever challenge awaited them.
As they rounded a bend in the river, the moonlight filtered through the trees, casting a silver glow on the water and illuminating a sense of calm, if only temporarily. Kaelin halted, the unease creeping back into her gut as she heard distant sounds echoing through the woods, a mix of growls and rustles, unmistakably warning of lurking dangers. "We need to be careful," she murmured to Ellen, who nodded, her expression shifting from focus to concern. Kaelin felt the weight of her responsibility heavy on her shoulders, their safety hanging by a thread as they ventured deeper into unknown territory. Drawing on her knowledge, she suggested they find a place to rest briefly, using the time to gather their thoughts and plan their next move. "Let's take cover under that outcropping," Kaelin indicated, pointing to a natural rock formation ahead that would shield them from view. Ellen nodded, and they both cautiously made their way toward the shelter, each step deliberate and silent. Once settled beneath the rock, Kaelin took a moment to assess their situation. While fear lingered, she recognized that there was strength in their unity and determination to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 11. The Gathering of Allies. Kaelin and Ellen emerged from their hiding spot, the thick underbrush clinging to them, as they re-entered the open clearing, now tinted in the soft glow of dawn. The air felt different. The tension that had enveloped them during the night began to lift as birds tweeted overhead, each chirp a reminder of life returning to the forest. "Do you think we should check on the others?" Ellen suggested, her voice steady as she brushed off the remnants of the forest from her clothing. Kaelin nodded, her senses still alert to the surroundings. "Yes, we need to regroup and share what we've discovered," she replied, feeling the importance of their mission weigh heavily on her mind. They started toward the vicinity where they had left their allies, a sense of urgency propelling them forward as they recalled the danger they had evaded. As they approached, Kaelin couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for something to unfold. The sight of the others gathering nearby offered a moment of relief, yet Kaelin sensed an undercurrent of tension. The group appeared to be engaged in a heated discussion, voices rising above the morning sounds of nature. "Let's find out what's going on," she said, her resolve firming as she and Ellen quickened their pace, ready to listen and provide support to their friends. As Kaelin and Ellen approached the gathered group, tension crackled in the air like a live wire. They could hear snippets of conversation, the villagers' voices rising in frustration. "We can't just wait and do nothing," one of the hunters argued, his brow furrowed with determination. "Rushing in could get us all killed," Timon countered, his earlier skepticism resurfacing as he crossed his arms defensively. Kaelin exchanged a glance with Ellen, sensing the division forming within the group. "Everyone gather around," Kaelin called out, her voice clear and authoritative, cutting through the discord. As the group turned to face her, the discussion quieted, curiosity mingling with apprehension on their faces. "I know there is fear and frustration," she began, echoing their sentiments, "but we need to stay united. We must decide on our next move together." The villagers shifted, uncertainty flickering in their expressions, but Kaelin's presence offered reassurance. With her newfound resolve and leadership, she aimed to guide them through the conflict, understanding that navigating this division would require empathy and strength. Kaelin stepped forward, maintaining strong eye contact with those around her as she acknowledged their concerns. "I understand the risks involved," she said, her voice steady, "but we've uncovered vital information about Rhiannon, and we need to act on it before it's too late." The tension in the air reminded her of earlier conflicts, stirring a mix of determination and vulnerability within her. A murmuring swept through the crowd, and Kaelin felt her heart race. She had to ensure they understood the stakes. "Each of us has a role to play,"
she continued, her voice rising slightly with conviction. I'm not asking anyone to act recklessly, but standing idly by is not an option either. Ellen chimed in, supporting Kaelin's position. We need to use our knowledge to protect the village. We've trained for this. Let's trust in our abilities. The villagers glanced at one another, weighing Ellen's words against their fears. Kaelin watched carefully, noting how they responded to her and her allies' confidence. She could see some beginning to shift, the hope igniting a spark of unity.
As tensions began to ease slightly, Kaelin stepped further into the circle, her presence commanding yet inviting. Let's articulate our plan, she said, her voice calm but firm. We need scouts to probe Rhiannon's territory for more information, while others work on reinforcing our defenses. Timon, still grappling with his earlier doubts, spoke up.
What if the scouts don't return? We can't lose more people. Kaelin met his gaze with unwavering determination.
We will prepare contingency plans. No one will go alone, and we will have support ready to back them up if needed. This assurance seemed to provide some relief, but a few raised brows still voiced unease. Kaelin could feel the pressure of their expectations weighing heavily on her. It's essential we act quickly, she continued, drawing on her own feelings of urgency. Every moment we delay gives Rhiannon more power. We can't afford to wait until it's too late. Seeing the flicker of understanding in her allies' eyes, she pressed on. Together, we'll strategize to address each of our concerns. This is not just about defeating Rhiannon, but safeguarding our future.
The group shifted, the air filled with a renewed sense of purpose as they began to see Kaelin's leadership spark hope in their hearts.
With Kaelin's words echoing in their minds,
the villagers began to disperse, each person fueled by a newfound sense of purpose as they engaged in preparations. Kaelin watched as small groups formed, some discussing scouting routes, while others gathered supplies and fortifying the village. Ellen moved beside her, a determined glint in her eyes. I'll lead the scouting team. We'll keep our heads low and rely on our training. That's a wise choice, Kaelin replied, pride swelling in her chest at Ellen's confidence. Make sure to communicate regularly. We can't afford to lose anyone. Timon, now fully engaged, joined their conversation. I'll help with the defenses. We can use some of the old techniques from your grandmother's teachings. Kaelin felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she listened to the developing camaraderie within the group. Excellent idea, she said, smiling at him. It's time we forge those connections. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting shadows that intertwined with the growing energy of the villagers, Kaelin's heart swelled with renewed hope, knowing together they could face whatever came next. As preparations progressed, Kaelin felt the pulse of energy in the village grow stronger. Each villager was contributing their unique skills and insights to the collective effort. With a final glance toward the setting sun, Kaelin gathered her allies once more, signaling for their attention as the urgency of the situation heightened. Remember, we're not just defending our homes, we're ensuring a safe future for everyone in Eldro, she said, her voice strong and piercing through the fading light. Kaelin noticed the determination in her allies' eyes as they responded, the atmosphere thick with commitment and shared responsibility. Stay vigilant and communicate, she reiterated, watching them absorb her words and nod in agreement, the growing confidence evident in their expressions. With the plan in place and everyone focused on their roles, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of purpose within herself. Empowered by the strength of her community around her, she knew that as night fell, they would stand together, ready to face any challenges that Rhiannon might throw their way. Chapter 12. The Harvesting of Hope. The night descended over Eldro, casting an eerie stillness across the village as Kaelin and her allies prepared for the impending confrontation with Rhiannon. Kaelin paced the square, heart racing, as she mentally reviewed their strategy for the night. Around her, her allies were finishing their last-minute preparations, each member focused yet carrying the weight of tension in their shoulders. Let's double-check our supplies, she called out. One afternoon of downwind tea, especially difficult is the afternoon of locusts, but the prospect of blacking out is clear and understood from the presence of physical danger. 4 people coming and press their dashboard on the square. People watching it. More ways to make changes to their security. The Baron hasn't come. Not a sizzle did bring the night to Eldro. In weirdest, with Finsea charms. Very dashboards keeping with Finsea magics. I suppose this is because the couple had too much fun to make it a bit more difficult. A truly light. Eldro had been going through its rituals non-stop to get ready for the confrontation. And while his cart was being held empty sat for fear. Kaelin rested on the ground before you fell back into it. Alone outside, surrounded by the general stillness and urgency threading her voice as she beckoned everyone to gather their gear before setting out. Laying out the potions and herbs they had collected, she took note of how much they had learned since they began this journey. With their resources at the ready, she felt a flicker of hope pierce through the apprehension, a testament to their growth as a unit.
As Kaelin reviewed the potions, she noticed the protective salve they had crafted earlier, its vibrant color gleaming in the dim light. "Everyone, let's remember our signals, in case we need to coordinate quickly," she called out, ensuring that each person understood their role in the plan. Her allies nodded, their expressions a mix of focus and determination, ready to support one another no matter what lay ahead. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the square, and Kaelin felt a shiver run down her spine as the chill reminded her of the dangers lurking in the dark. "Stick together and keep your eyes peeled," she added, realizing the importance of staying vigilant as they moved into the night. With the salve carefully packed and her mind centered on their objective, Kaelin felt an intricate weave of anxiety and anticipation. The search for Rhiannon was more than just a mission. It was an opportunity to protect everything she held dear. "Let's go," she urged, leading the way out of the square and into the shadows of the forest once more, her heart pounding with determination. As they moved through the thick underbrush, Kaelin felt the forest envelop them, the darkness tinged with an uneasy silence. They adopted a cautious pace, the fallen leaves crunching softly underfoot, each sound amplified in the stillness. Kaelin glanced over her shoulder at her allies, making sure they were in sync as they navigated deeper into the woods. Ellen walked beside her, a determined look on her face, but Kaelin could sense her anxiety bubbling just below the surface. "Stay close," Kaelin whispered, reinforcing their unity as they approached the heart of Rhiannon's territory. As they trekked onward, the faint sounds of growling and rustling began to echo in the distance, sending a ripple of tension through the group. Kaelin instinctively tightened her grip on her satchel, knowing they had to remain focused. The creature that guarded the area could emerge at any moment, and they needed to be prepared for whatever lay ahead. As they pressed deeper into the heart of the forest, Kaelin heard the low growls amplify, tension coiling in her gut. "Something's out there," Timon whispered, his voice barely audible as he scanned the shadows, visibly on edge. Kaelin turned to the group, feeling the weight of their collective anxiety, and raised a hand to signal for silence. "Stay alert and remember our signals. We wait for the moment to react," she instructed, her tone firm, instilling a sense of calm amid their apprehension. They continued cautiously, every rustle amplifying the sense of danger, and Kaelin felt the pressure of leadership, heavy on her shoulders. Before long, they reached a small clearing, and Kaelin motioned for everyone to halt as they checked their surroundings for threats. Just then, a moment of movement caught her attention. A figure darted in the shadows, and instinct kicked in as she prepared to lead her allies in whatever actions were necessary to protect them. Kaelin raised her hand, instinctively signaling her allies to be silent and still as she peered into the shadows, straining to discern movement. Her heart raced as the tension thickened in the air, thoughts racing through her mind about potential threats lurking in the dark. "Stay behind me," she whispered, stepping forward cautiously, her senses heightened as she readied herself for confrontation. Suddenly,
A dark figure lunged from the shadows, and Kaelin reacted swiftly, dodging to the side while calling out for everyone to prepare for an attack. As the creature snarled, she could see its sharp claws glint in the faint light, and instinctively she reached for the protective salve she had prepared, hurling it toward the beast. It struck the creature, causing it to recoil, and Kaelin shouted to her allies, "Now, surround it!" The group quickly moved into action, coordinating their attacks and using the strategies they had discussed earlier. Despite the chaos unfolding, Kaelin felt a surge of confidence. The lessons learned along the way echoed in her mind as she decisively led her team to confront the danger together. The creature snarled as it recoiled from the salve, its fierce glare darting between Kaelin and her allies. "Now, drive it back," Kaelin commanded, her voice cutting through the tension as she rushed forward, lunging toward the beast with her weapon drawn. Timon took her lead, moving in from the side with a swift swing, forcing the creature to stagger, and Kaelin felt a surge of confidence at their synchronized efforts. Ellen, seizing the moment, darted around to flank the creature, her agility allowing her to evade its snapping jaws as she prepared to deliver her own strike. Kaelin could see the pride and resolve on her allies' faces, each member orchestrating their movements like a well-rehearsed dance under her direction. In that moment, she knew that they had become a true team, each contributing their strengths to confront the threat that had once felt insurmountable. As the battle raged on, Kaelin's heart soared with determination. She was no longer the uncertain healer, but a leader guiding her friends through the chaos, ready to fight for their future. Chapter 13. The First Challenge. As the last of the creatures fell, a heavy silence enveloped the clearing, punctuated only by the sound of ragged breaths and the rustle of disturbed leaves. Kaelin stood there, heart racing, scanning for any remaining threats, but the immediate dangers seemed to have passed. Ellen rushed to her side, urgency in her eyes. "Are you okay? Did we get them all?" Kaelin nodded, though she felt a weight settle in her chest as she glanced at the fallen adversaries. "Let's regroup and make sure everyone is all right," she replied, her voice steady, but laced with concern for her allies' well-being. As they moved, Kaelin felt the adrenaline begin to fade, replaced by the reality of what they had just faced. The group huddled together, exchanging looks of relief mingled with exhaustion, but it was clear that the victory had come at a cost. Kaelin took a moment to assess the group, her heart heavy as she noticed a few allies nursing wounds, the toll of the encounter evident in their expressions. She moved closer to one of the injured, a young villager named Mara, who clutched her arm where a deep scratch marred her skin. "Let me take a look," Kaelin said gently, kneeling beside her as she reached into her satchel for a healing salve. Mara winced, but managed a grateful smile as Kaelin applied the remedy, her hands steady and confident despite the chaos. "We fought well," Kaelin reassured her, feeling the familiar determination surge within her. "We pushed through together." As she treated the wound, she felt the camaraderie of the group strengthen, each member supporting another in their moments of need, a testament to their bond forged through hardship. Ellen moved beside them, and together they tended to the injured, exchanging quick glances that conveyed unspoken encouragement amid the lingering tension of what lay ahead. Kaelin felt a deep sense of responsibility wash over her. She understood that their journey had transformed her not only into a healer, but into a cornerstone of strength for her friends. As they worked to care for the injured, Kaelin felt the weight of their shared experiences weighing heavily on her conscience. The once lively atmosphere of the group felt muted now, each member grappling with the gravity of the confrontation they had just faced. "I didn't think it would be this intense," Timon admitted, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and vulnerability, as he wrapped a makeshift bandage around a shallow cut on his arm. Kaelin glanced up at him.
sensing the fear simmering beneath his bravado. "Neither did I, but we managed to work together. That's what counts." Though her words were meant to inspire, she could see the lingering doubts in his eyes, and it hurt her to know that not everyone was feeling the same confidence in their ability to overcome challenges. "Next time, we need to be even more prepared," he said, determination surging as he wiped away the exhaustion with a nod. Momentarily quieting his fears, Kaelin's heart swelled with pride for her allies. Their struggles and triumphs underscored the depth of their journey together. The moments of vulnerability were as essential as their victories. They were all learning from each encounter, growing together as they faced the uncertainty that awaited. As the group regrouped, Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude for the resilience displayed in each of her allies, and she knew their success was built on trust and collaboration. She gathered them around, eager to share what they had learned from their encounter. "We faced an unexpected challenge today," she began, her voice steady as she addressed the group. "But we also showed incredible strength. If we can work together like this, we can confront whatever lies ahead." Ellen chimed in, reinforcing Kaelin's sentiments. "We can take what we learned and adapt our tactics for the next challenge. This is just the beginning." Kaelin noticed Timon nodding, his earlier doubts giving way to a flicker of hope for the future. As they shared thoughts on strategies and lessons learned, Kaelin felt the atmosphere shift, laughter and dialogue weaving through the group as they built on their collective experiences. In that moment, she recognized that every encounter not only tested their strength, but also deepened their connection, allowing them to understand each other in ways they hadn't before. Kaelin smiled, her heart swelling with pride. She knew they were evolving into a true team, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. As laughter and conversation flowed, Kaelin felt a sense of belonging wash over her, a stark contrast to the isolation she had sometimes felt before her journey began. The villagers were not just her neighbors, they were her family, each individual contributing to the community's strength in unique ways. In the midst of their discussion, Kaelin spotted a few children playing nearby, their carefree spirits illuminating the seriousness of their mission. "Hey!" she called out, motioning for them to join the gathering. "Come hear what we're up to." The children scampered over, eyes wide with curiosity, and Kaelin couldn't help but smile as she explained their plans to defend against potential threats. Seeing their faces light up with excitement as they listened made her realize how important it was to share their journey with the next generation. "Together, we're going to keep everyone safe," she assured them, her tone warm and inviting, encouraging a sense of empowerment in their young hearts. In that moment, Kaelin understood that fostering hope and resilience in the community was as vital as preparing for any confrontation. As the gathering came to a close, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of purpose settle within her. The village was buzzing with energy, confidence revitalizing their spirits as they prepared for the challenges ahead. Timon approached, his earlier doubts seemingly faded, a genuine smile breaking through. "You did well, Kaelin. They really seem to believe in you." Kaelin felt warmth spread through her at his words, realizing how important it was for the group to trust each other, especially during uncertain times. "Thank you, Timon. We all have a role to play, and together we're stronger," she replied, her voice firm with conviction. As they stood together, the weight of the future loomed ahead, but Kaelin embraced the moment. She understood that the connections they had forged and the lessons learned would guide them forward. With a final glance around the village, she promised herself to protect this place and its people with everything she had. They were ready for what was to come, Kaelin determined to lead them through whatever darkness awaited, bringing hope and healing with her every step. They were ready for what was to come, Kaelin determined to lead them through whatever darkness awaited, bringing hope and healing with her every step. Chapter 14. A Mentor's Wisdom. Kaelin gathered her allies at the foot of the ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like a guardian watching over them. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. This was no ordinary meeting. They had come together to receive the wisdom of Mara, the elder with vast knowledge of the forest and its hidden magic. Kaelin felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness as she prepared to learn from someone whose experiences could shape their understanding of the challenges they faced. Mara emerged from the shadows, her presence commanding yet calming, the leaves whispering as she approached. "Welcome, young seekers," she said, her voice melodic and knowing. "You stand on the threshold of power, but with that power comes great responsibility." Kaelin felt the weight of the elder's words, her curiosity igniting as she listened intently, eager to absorb everything. Mara began to outline ancient techniques and the importance of balance in healing, and Kaelin's heart raced at the possibility of the knowledge she would gain. This was her chance to deepen her skills and grow into the healer she aspired to be. Mara gestured for them to sit on the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, creating an intimate space for learning. Once they settled in, Mara began sharing her knowledge of the forest's secrets, describing how each plant held a unique energy that could aid in healing. Kaelin listened raptly, taking notes as Mara explained the intricate relationships between the herbs and their various uses. "The power of healing lies not just in the potion, but in the intention behind it," Mara emphasized, her gaze steady and piercing, instilling a sense of purpose in Kaelin. Eager to practice, Kaelin asked questions, demonstrating her growing curiosity and drive to apply this wisdom as she actively engaged with the elder's teachings. Mara nodded approvingly, encouraging Kaelin and her allies to attempt their own concoctions using the herbs she had laid out.
Kaelin and Alen exchanged excited glances, ready to put their newly acquired knowledge into action, feeling the thrill of possibility stirring within them as they prepared to experiment.
As they began to work with the herbs, Kaelin felt a surge of excitement mixed with apprehension. She carefully selected a few plants, recalling Mara's instructions, and started to mash them together in a small bowl.
"Remember to focus on your intention," Mara reminded them, watching as they practiced, her wisdom gradually seeping into their approach to healing. Ellen, focused on her own concoction, looked up and smiled. "Think we can impress Mara with our skills?" she joked, her light-hearted spirit infusing the atmosphere with energy. Kaelin chuckled, but felt the weight of the task at hand. She knew that every choice they made could affect the outcome. As they mixed the ingredients, Kaelin noticed the potential for distraction. Timon fidgeting with the remnants of the herbs, hesitant and unsure of his abilities. "Hey, Timon," Kaelin called, encouraging him to join them. "You have a good eye for what we need. Help us decide what's missing." His expression shifted from uncertainty to determination as he moved closer, ready to contribute, and Kaelin felt a sense of camaraderie blossom among them. As the group continued their experiments with the herbs, Kaelin suddenly faced a setback when her mixture began to fizz and bubble unexpectedly, turning a deep shade of green that didn't correspond to what she had intended. She frowned, her previous confidence momentarily shaken, as she peered into the bowl, trying to understand where things had gone wrong. "Uh-oh, I think I might have added too much of that herb," she admitted, her voice tinged with frustration. Mara observed from a distance, her expression calm, and approached to examine Kaelin's creation. "Mistakes can teach us valuable lessons," she said gently, her tone encouraging. Kaelin sighed, realizing the truth in Mara's words. "I guess I need to pay closer attention to the ratios," she acknowledged, allowing herself to reflect on the slip. Ellen watched, her brow furrowing with concern, but Kaelin rallied, determined not to let this discourage her. "Let's see if we can salvage it," she proposed, suggesting they combine it with another herb to counterbalance the fizzing. As they worked together to adjust the mixture, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of focus. The setback transformed into an opportunity for collaboration, where each member contributed their insights to resolve the issue. As they combined the herbs, Kaelin felt a surge of teamwork invigorate her spirits. With Ellen's guidance, they carefully adjusted the mixture, adding a few drops of another herbal extract to dilute the fizzing potion. "Let's see how this works," Kaelin said with cautious optimism, pouring the combination back into a new bowl and observing the reaction. The bubbling subsided as they waited, a tense moment hanging in the air, only to be broken by Mara's approving nod as she recognized their efforts. "Good thinking, Kaelin. Sometimes the best solutions come from collaboration," she praised, her eyes gleaming with approval. Kaelin couldn't help but smile, feeling the warmth of encouragement radiate through the group, solidifying their connection. In that moment, she recognized how each step forward, including the failures, had shaped their collective abilities and strengthened their friendships. With this newfound potion set aside, Kaelin felt a growing confidence ripple through her, prepared to face whatever challenges awaited. With their potion successfully mixed, Kaelin felt a rush of excitement mixing with newfound determination. "Let's prepare to see how effective this is when we return to the village," she said, meeting the eager eyes of her allies, who were buzzing with anticipation. As they packed their supplies, Ellen turned to Kaelin, a spark of admiration evident in her expression. "You handled that setback really well. I'm impressed with how you adapted." Kaelin shrugged slightly, the praise making her both proud and humble. "We're all learning together. Everyone's contributions make a difference." While they gathered their belongings, Mara approached, offering a small pouch filled with additional herbs. "Here, these will enhance your potion. Use them wisely." Kaelin accepted the pouch with gratitude, understanding the weight of the elder's trust in her abilities. "Thank you, Mara. I'll make sure to use them strategically," she promised, feeling the responsibility of the knowledge entrusted to her. The moment solidified her resolve. She knew that this journey was about more than just healing. It was about growth, community, and forging a new path together. With renewed purpose, she led her friends back toward the village, ready to face the challenges that awaited them.
Chapter 15. The Implementation of Knowledge. As Kaelin and her allies made their way back to the village, a sense of purpose fueled their steps. The air felt charged with possibility. Kaelin clutched the pouch of herbs tightly, her mind racing with thoughts of how they could make a difference in the community's plight. Arriving at the village square, she was met with familiar faces, villagers who looked weary but hopeful, their eyes reflecting the anticipation of her return. "Kaelin," a voice called out, drawing her attention to Finn, who rushed over with excitement bubbling in his words. "How did it go? Did you find what you needed?" Kaelin smiled, buoyed by his enthusiasm. "Yes, we learned a lot, and gathered some powerful herbs that can help us heal." As she explained her findings to the growing crowd, she noticed the villagers leaning in, eager to hear about the adventures and the new knowledge she had obtained. "Together, we can use these herbs to prepare remedies and protect ourselves against what lies ahead," she stated, feeling the weight of their gazes, their hopes resting upon her words. This moment was not just about the information she had gathered, but about solidifying her role in their fight, reinforcing her commitment to the village, and igniting their shared sense of purpose. As the villagers listened with rapt attention, Kaelin felt the energy shift in the square. They were hanging on her every word, eager to learn about the discoveries she had made. She shared details about the plants, how they were harvested, the properties they possessed, and how they could be transformed into healing remedies that would strengthen the village against Rhiannon's dark magic. "Each herb has its own purpose," Kaelin explained, gesturing to the pouch in her hand. "Together, we can enhance our defenses and help those who are suffering." Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd, and she could see the spark of hope ignite in their expressions. However, there were also whispers of concern, questions about whether the remedies would be enough to combat the looming threat. Kaelin sensed a mixture of excitement and trepidation in the air, prompting her to address their worries directly. "I know times are tough, but with dedication and teamwork, we can overcome these challenges together." Some villagers exchanged hesitant glances, but others nodded, fueled by Kaelin's confidence. She caught Finn's eye, and his inspired expression gave her the reassurance she needed to continue building their momentum. "We'll gather in the square tomorrow morning to start preparing these remedies," she declared, her voice unwavering with conviction. "Together, we will protect our home." As Kaelin spoke, the villagers began to divide into groups, their eagerness transforming into action as they discussed the tasks ahead. Elin turned to Kaelin with bright eyes, excitement evident in her expression. "I can lead a team to gather more herbs before the meeting. There might be some hidden in the lower fields." Kaelin smiled at her enthusiasm, appreciating Ellen's initiative. "That sounds perfect. Let's ensure we have everything we need to make the remedies effective." However, Timon stood nearby, arms crossed, a skeptical frown etched on his face. "And what if they don't work? What if we just end up wasting our time?" Kaelin met his gaze squarely, feeling the remnants of doubt hanging in the air. "Then we'll learn from it," she replied, her tone firm. "Every experience teaches us something valuable, but if we don't try, we won't know what we're capable of." His expression shifted as Kaelin's conviction pierced through his apprehension, revealing a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The conversations around them continued, and Kaelin saw the realization of their potential settle over the villagers. They were ready to support one another in this endeavor. This moment resonated deeply with Kaelin, reinforcing the importance of resilience and trust within their community as they prepared for the looming uncertainties. As the teams formed and scattered, Kaelin felt a surge of responsibility settling upon her. With each group heading off to their tasks, she sensed the collective anticipation building, a testament to their commitment as a community. Kaelin moved toward the area where she had observed the villagers packing supplies. She wanted to ensure they had enough of what they needed for the remedies. "Can I help?"
she offered, stepping up to a group of villagers organizing jars and dried herbs. One of the elderly women looked up with a warm smile. Of course, dear. We could use your knowledge to determine which herbs are the best for this batch. As they worked together, Kaelin shared insights about the effectiveness of the herbs, their potency and applications, guiding them through the selection process. In those moments, she felt her confidence rise. Each piece of advice they discussed reinforced her growth and expertise, showing that she had truly become an integral part of their efforts. But in the midst of the busy atmosphere, Kaelin caught a glimpse of Timon, who appeared to be watching from a distance, still grappling with his role in the group. "Join us, Timon," she called out, eager to include him in their collaborative spirit. "Your experience would be valuable in selecting the right combinations." His hesitation was evident, but as Kaelin's words hung in the air, she hoped to draw him into the fold, knowing that unity was essential in the face of uncertainty.
Timon approached slowly, the tension in his posture evident as he joined Kaelin and the villagers.
"Thanks for the invite," he said, his tone slightly tentative, but a flicker of determination gleamed in his eyes as he stepped forward. Kaelin smiled, encouraging him. "We're working together to make the best remedies possible. Your insights can help us find the right herbs." As they began to sort through the supplies, Timon shared ideas about combining certain herbs based on his experiences with local wildlife. Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude. His growing confidence and contributions reflected their shifting dynamic, a sign of the trust developing within the group. "Maybe we could create a few different potions for various ailments," he suggested, his confidence building as Kaelin listened. "This is a great approach," she replied, energized by his proactive involvement. Kaelin felt the weight she had carried lifting slightly as Timon actively participated, seamlessly integrating his knowledge with hers and the villagers. Their collaboration began to fill the square with a buzz of activity, a reminder that each individual's input was essential to their collective goal of protecting Eldro.
With the combined efforts of her allies, Kaelin felt the energy in the village square shift from apprehension to resolve. Together, they mixed herbs and created an array of potions, laughter occasionally breaking through the focused atmosphere as they worked side by side. As the jars filled and their supplies grew, Kaelin took a moment to reflect on how far they had come since she first arrived back in Eldro. "Look at what we've accomplished together," she said, pausing to meet the eyes of her friends.
"This is just the beginning."
The team nodded, pride evident as they examined their creations. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, she detected a few traces of insecurity lingering, particularly in Timon. Noticing his brow furrowed in concentration as he measured ingredients, Kaelin approached him. "You're doing a fantastic job leading the way with these mixtures," she encouraged, her voice warm and sincere. Timon looked up. Surprise flickering in his eyes. "Thanks. I just want to make sure I contribute," he admitted, the weight of his earlier doubts softening under her affirmation. Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude and fulfillment. She recognized that their collective growth wasn't just about healing others, but about nurturing each other's confidence and talents within the community. As they finished their preparations,
She knew that the bonds formed through their shared efforts would strengthen their resolve as they faced the uncertainty lying just beyond the horizon. Chapter 16. A Dark Revelation. The tranquility of Eldro shattered like glass when a sudden darkness enveloped the village, bringing with it an ominous chill that whispered of danger. Kaelin stood at the center of the village square, her heart racing as she sensed the shift in the air. "They're here," she murmured, urgency knitting her brows together as her allies started to gather, eyes wide with confusion and alarm. The distant sounds of growling echoed through the trees, a grim reminder of Rhiannon's lingering threat, igniting a sense of fear among the villagers. "Everyone, get ready," Kaelin called out, her voice steady as she quickly assessed their preparations, recalling their earlier discussions about defenses. She felt the familiar weight of responsibility pressing down on her. Now, it was time to protect her home and the people she cherished. Instinctively, she stepped forward, preparing to lead her friends as they braced for the confrontation that they knew was imminent. Kaelin quickly gathered her allies around her, their expressions a mix of fear and determination as they braced for the impending confrontation. "Stay close and listen," she instructed, her tone firm, making eye contact with each member of the group to ensure they understood the gravity of the moment. "We've trained for this. Remember our strategies. We need to work together to face whatever comes our way," she continued, feeling the weight of their trust resting on her shoulders. As she spoke, the distant growls grew louder, echoing off the walls of their homes, making the urgency of her words all the more pressing. Kaelin distributed the prepared potions, reminding everyone of their roles and how best to utilize the resources they had gathered. With every passing second, she sensed the air thickening with tension, but she also felt a flicker of confidence. They had faced challenges before, and together they were ready to stand against the darkness encroaching on their village. As the growls drew closer, Kaelin's heart raced, and she felt the life in the air shift, the charged energy palpable among her allies. She turned to Ellen, who had positioned herself at her side, eyes bright with a mix of fear and determination. "They're getting closer," Ellen observed, gripping her weapon as she scanned the edges of the village, her muscles tensed and ready for action. "Yes, but we need to remain calm," Kaelin replied, her focus unwavering. "That's how we'll gain the upper hand. We can use their impatience against them." She watched as Timon clenched his fists, anxiety written all over his face. "What if they breach our defenses?" he asked, his voice shaky with uncertainty. Kaelin stepped closer, meeting his gaze. "Then we're prepared to adapt and fight. Remember the traps we set. We will lure them into our defenses." His shoulders relaxed slightly, and she could see him drawing strength from her confidence. "Together, we will push back against Rhiannon's forces," Kaelin asserted, sensing the bond between them strengthening as they prepared to face the challenge. As the creatures finally emerged from the shadows, Kaelin felt a chill run down her spine. The sight of them, snarling and advancing with feral eyes, sent waves of adrenaline coursing through her body. "Positions!" she shouted, gripping her weapon tightly, as her voice cut through the tension, rallying her allies to respond swiftly. The villagers formed their lines, instinctively falling into the roles Kaelin had outlined. Yet she could see the fear lingering in their eyes, a fear she had once felt herself. She quickly scanned the landscape, taking note of their traps set earlier, now hidden among the tall grass and brambles. Kaelin's heart pounded in rhythm with the growls, knowing that strategy was key to their success. "Wait for my signal," she instructed, readying herself to engage the threat head-on while ensuring her allies remained calm and focused. She understood that they had worked hard for this moment, and she wouldn't let fear override their preparation. As the creatures lunged, Kaelin felt the weight of her responsibilities intensify. With a swift motion she raised her weapon and shouted, "Now!" signaling her allies to spring into action. The villagers moved in unison, utilizing the traps they had set up earlier. The first creature stumbled into a pit, the element of surprise working in their favor, and Kaelin felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. "Timon, flank left," she commanded, watching him dart into position. Determination etched on his face. Ellen followed her lead, keeping pace as they worked together to fend off the advancing threats. Kaelin's heart raced, but she held on to the steady conviction forged in her previous encounters. Despite the chaos, she could see her allies' confidence growing as they engaged the creatures, their skills sharpening with each strike. With every moment of battle, Kaelin reinforced their unity, recognizing that each challenge they faced together deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve. As the last of the creatures fell, the clearing resonated with a mix of exhilaration and exhaustion, breaths coming in quick bursts as Kaelin and her allies regrouped. The weight of their victory hung in the air, but it was accompanied by a bittersweet reminder of the challenges they had just faced. Kaelin scanned her surroundings, ensuring each of her allies was safe. She felt a surge of pride as she locked eyes with Ellen, who sported a victorious grin despite her dirt-streaked face. "We did it!" Ellen exclaimed, breathless but exhilarated, reflecting the shared relief that enveloped the group. "Great teamwork, everyone," Kaelin replied, her heart swelling with gratitude as she recognized the role each member played in their success. But as the adrenaline began to fade, the harsh reality of their battle settled in, and she noticed Timon kneeling beside one of the fallen creatures, staring at it with a mix of awe and horror. "Is it really over?" he murmured, uncertainty lacing his tone as he grappled with the sight before him. Kaelin stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It is for now, but we have to stay vigilant." In that moment, she realized how much they had all grown through this experience, and how their resilience would define their future actions. Together, they had faced darkness and emerged stronger, and Kaelin knew they would have to harness that strength as they prepared for the next challenge ahead. Chapter 17. Conflict of Strategy. In the days following their confrontation with Rhiannon's minions, Kaelin sensed an undercurrent of tension brewing among her allies. As they regrouped in the village square to discuss their next moves, she noticed the uncertainty etched on some faces, a stark contrast to the exuberance they had felt after their victory. "Are we really ready to face Rhiannon?" Timon asked, his voice rising slightly above the others, revealing the lingering fears that still weighed heavily on him. Kaelin took a deep breath, aware that doubt could spread like wildfire if left unchecked. "Victory doesn't mean we let our guard down," she replied, her tone firm but empathetic. "We need to prepare smarter, not just harder. If Rhiannon's forces struck once, they might do so again." Ellen shifted beside her, echoing Kaelin's sentiment. "We've trained and learned from our last encounter. Let's focus on scouting and gathering more information before we make any direct moves." The group nodded, but Kaelin could sense that not everyone was convinced, the tension still simmering beneath the surface. "Let's discuss our strategy in detail," she suggested, determined to lead the conversation and dispel doubts. Kaelin stepped forward, her resolve firm as she detailed their strategy for gathering intelligence on Rhiannon's movements. "First, we need a network of scouts positioned around the forest's edge," she said, her voice steady as she directed her allies to consider their roles. "I can take the western side," Timon volunteered, a flicker of confidence returning as he stepped forward. "I know that area well." Kaelin nodded, pleased to see his willingness. "Great. And I need you to report any unusual activity immediately. We must stay a step ahead." As plans unfolded, Ellen added, "I can coordinate with the southern patrols. If we communicate our findings effectively, we can map Rhiannon's movements." Kaelin's heart swelled with gratitude as her friends engaged collaboratively, but a stubborn part of her mind still clung to Timon's earlier doubts, influencing her approach to ensure everyone felt included. They plotted their patrol routes on a makeshift map, and Kaelin felt the familiar stir of purpose fill her, as she recognized that the clarity of their strategy could counteract the uncertainty looming over them. The dynamic of their interaction changed, with everyone beginning to lean into their roles, the earlier fears starting to dissolve as they focused on the path ahead. As the planning session continued, the conversation shifted to potential outcomes and strategies for different scenarios they might encounter. Kaelin felt a growing sense of responsibility as she listened to her allies express their concerns and hopes. "Timon, what do you think would be our best course of action if we encounter Rhiannon's minions again?" she asked, inviting him to share his thoughts. He hesitated, running a hand through his hair, uncertainty brewing again. "If we charge in like before, we could end up like those ambushes. Maybe we should focus on using distractions or traps instead." Kaelin nodded, appreciating his insights, and encouraged others to chime in. "Let's develop a backup plan," Ellen suggested, her eyes brightening with the idea. "Maybe we could use the surrounding terrain to create points of cover, making it harder for them to flank us." Kaelin felt the atmosphere shift again, ideas flowing more freely as the group engaged in brainstorming solutions. As they built upon each other's suggestions, the initial fears seemed to ebb, replaced by a sense of collective empowerment, a reminder that they were better together. Kaelin recognized that fostering open communication allowed them to overcome hesitations, further evolving their teamwork and strengthening their resolve. As the group continued to discuss their strategies, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. She could see the flickers of determination in her allies' eyes, and it pushed her to dig deeper into their collective resources. "If we set up traps at critical pathways, we might slow Rhiannon's minions long enough to gain an advantage," Kaelin suggested, her mind racing with possibilities. "What if we fortify those spots after setting them?" Ellen added, a spark of enthusiasm brightening her features, eager to contribute more to the plan. Kaelin nodded, feeling the excitement build within the group. They were brainstorming solutions together, each idea heightening their chances of success. But as the strategies took shape, she couldn't help but notice Timon still held a hesitant demeanor, a flicker of doubt shadowing his face. "Are we really equipped for this?" he asked, his voice faltering slightly, drawing attention back to his earlier concerns. Kaelin stepped closer, her intention clear as she encouraged him. "We've trained, we've prepared, and we know what we're up against. I believe in us." Timon's uncertainty lingered, but Kaelin recognized the importance of this moment. It was about more than the clan. It was about affirming their collective strength and reinforcing their trust in one another. With this shared resolve, Kaelin felt a surge of optimism that propelled her to lead them forward, confident in the path they were charting together. With their plans taking shape, Kaelin organized the group into smaller teams, ensuring everyone understood their roles before the impending confrontation. "Ellen, you'll coordinate with the scouts on the eastern edge," she directed, appreciating her friend's unwavering enthusiasm. "Remember to keep communication open." As the teams prepared, Kaelin felt the intense energy surging through the gathering, each ally readying themselves for what lay ahead. "Let's ensure we have signals established," she added. "If anything goes awry, we need to regroup quickly." Timon stepped forward, his earlier hesitation now replaced with determination. "I'll lead the trap-setting team near the western approach. I think I can position them strategically to deter any attackers." Kaelin smiled, grateful for his initiative. "Perfect. Let's make sure we utilize the rugged terrain there to our advantage." She could see confidence blooming within the group, their earlier doubts giving way to a burgeoning sense of purpose. As they mobilized, she couldn't help but feel a surge of empowerment. The lessons learned along the way were shaping her evolution as a leader. "Together, we'll create a formidable front," she proclaimed, urging everyone forward as they solidified their plans to confront the darkness with unwavering resolve. As Kaelin watched her allies moving confidently toward their assigned tasks, a sense of pride swelled within her. The atmosphere was charged with energy. Conversations buzzed as villagers rallied together, preparing for the challenge ahead. She took a moment to absorb the scene, reflecting on how far they had come since the beginning of their journey. The camaraderie that had blossomed from their shared experiences felt like an unbreakable bond, and Kaelin knew they were ready to face whatever Rhiannon had prepared for them. "Keep your eyes open, everyone," she shouted, reminding them of the potential dangers lurking beyond the village's periphery. As she emphasized the importance of teamwork, she noticed Timon, moving with purpose, confidently directing others and organizing supplies in a way she hadn't seen before. Kaelin felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. His growth was a testament to the strength they had all developed together. "Let's move forward and remember our purpose. We protect Eldro, not just for ourselves, but for each other," she declared, her voice filled with conviction. With that, the team prepared to face the night, united under Kaelin's leadership, her heart steady as they ventured into the unknown ahead. Chapter 18. A Stand for Unity. Kaelin stood at the edge of the village, gazing into the dark maw of the forest as the ominous feeling of impending confrontation washed over her. The air crackled with energy, a tangible reminder of the stakes they were about to face. The memories of their struggles flooded her mind, and she took a moment to reflect on the journey that had brought her here. A healer transformed into a leader ready to confront danger directly. Her heart raced as she prepared to execute the plan they had meticulously crafted, knowing this was the moment to solidify her commitment and protect her home. "Remember, we hold the advantage of knowing the forest," she reminded her allies, a firm conviction threading through her voice. "Use it to our benefit." Around her, the group remained focused, the determination in their eyes mirroring her own as they stood united against the challenges ahead. Kaelin took a deep breath and stepped forward, leading the charge as they plunged into the shadows of the trees, aware that the outcome of this battle would define their fates. As Kaelin and her allies moved through the dense underbrush, the sounds of the forest blended into a symphony of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. Kaelin led the way, her heart pounding with anticipation as she recalled their earlier discussions about strategy and communication. "Stay close and maintain silence," she instructed, ensuring everyone heard her over the whispers of the wind. The group nodded, the atmosphere thick with focus as they navigated toward Rhiannon's lair, every sense heightened for the potential dangers that lay ahead. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Kaelin's eye, and she raised a hand, signaling for the group to stop. "Everyone, hold," she whispered urgently, scanning the area for the source of the disturbance, while her allies tensed, ready for whatever might come next. Kaelin's breathing slowed as she prepared herself for the unpredictable, feeling the lessons she had learned from past encounters guiding her decision-making process. Kaelin's heart raced as she caught sight of a familiar figure moving through the trees, a shadow she recognized from their previous encounters. "Stay alert," she whispered to the group, her voice tight with focus. "It's one of Rhiannon's scouts." The figure paused, sensing something amiss, and Kaelin instinctively motioned for her allies to stay hidden, their breaths quiet as they waited to see what would unfold. As the scout moved closer, Kaelin could feel the tension in the air. This could be an opportunity to gather more intelligence. "Prepare to act on my signal," she instructed, her mind racing as she weighed her options. In that moment, she felt the full weight of her decision-making abilities. She had grown from healer to leader, and now she was ready to prove it. With a slight nudge, she shifted her position, preparing to confront the scout directly if the opportunity arose, knowing that this encounter could shift the balance of their mission dramatically. Kaelin's eyes narrowed as the scout turned, the tension between them palpable in the air. "Who goes there?" the figure called out, their voice laced with suspicion, ready to draw a weapon at any moment. Kaelin stepped forward from the shadows, heart pounding but voice steady. "I'm Kaelin, and I know who you serve. We're here to put an end to Rhiannon's influence over this land." The scout hesitated, dropping their guards slightly, but the flicker of fear in their eyes hinted at the turmoil within. "Bold words, healer," the scout replied, a defensive edge still present. "You think you can just walk in and challenge her? You have no idea what she's capable of. I've seen enough to understand the danger you all pose, Kaelin countered, her determination unwavering. But I also believe that not everyone fighting for her is without choice. Join us, and we can find a way to end her reign together. She could see the surprise on the scout's face, assessing her sincerity, weighing the risk of betraying Rhiannon against the prospect of a different future. Consider your options carefully, Kaelin added, sensing the shifting dynamics. Behind her, she felt her allies on alert, ready to intervene if needed, their presence reinforcing her resolve and leading her to believe that solidarity could shift the tide in their favor.
The scout's gaze shifted from Kaelin to the depths of the forest, an internal conflict playing out on their face. Rhiannon won't take this lightly, they warned, hesitating as they considered her offer. I'm aware of the risks, Kaelin replied, her voice firm, grounding her conviction. But standing by her side means perpetuating the violence. You have a choice. A flicker of hope ignited in the scout's eyes, their body language softening as doubt began to replace their initial hostility. I don't want to hurt anyone, the scout admitted, voice low but resolute. But what if Rhiannon finds out? She'll have my head. Then help us stop her before it comes to that, Kaelin urged, her position growing stronger. You'll have allies who share your vision for freedom from her tyranny. Together, we can take her down. The scout glanced back at the forest, a war raging within. Kaelin sensed the shift, the decision weighing heavily, knowing that this moment could pivot the fate of many. Finally, the scout stepped forward, an expression of determination overcoming their fear. All right, I'm in. But you need to know Rhiannon won't go down without a fight. Kaelin breathed a sigh of relief as the scout pledged their alliance, a flicker of hope igniting in the group. Great. We need every resource we can get, Kaelin replied, her confidence bolstered by this unexpected support. She quickly outlined their next steps, ensuring the scout understood the plan and how they would work together against Rhiannon. Stay in contact with us, she instructed, and let us know if there's any movement on her part. The scout nodded, their demeanor shifting as a commitment settled over them, and Kaelin could see the potential for a powerful alliance forming. As they started to regroup with Kaelin's allies, she felt the atmosphere change again, a budding sense of unity weaving through their ranks. Let's head back and prepare. We have work to do, she said, feeling a renewed sense of purpose guiding her every word. With her decision made, Kaelin's mind raced with strategies, understanding that this alliance could alter their path significantly as they now faced a united front against Rhiannon. Chapter 19. The Rising Storm. The air was thick with tension as Kaelin and her allies approached the entrance of Rhiannon's lair, the shadows stretching ominously before them. Every step felt charged with purpose, but uncertainty lingered in the back of her mind, a quiet reminder of the dangers they faced. Kaelin took a moment to glance back at her team, their expressions reflecting a mix of determination and apprehension. But she felt a fierce resolve pulsing within her. We're almost there, she reassured them, keeping her voice steady to quell the nerves surfacing in the group. The clearing ahead was silent, foreboding, edged with ancient trees that seemed to guard the secrets within. Kaelin positioned herself at the front, heart racing, ready to execute the plan they had meticulously crafted. Each ally stood behind her, prepared for what lay ahead. The bonds they had forged together, strengthening their resolve to move forward. As they approached the lair, the silence grew heavier, and Kaelin could feel the palpable weight of darkness looming around them. She raised a hand, signaling for everyone to halt, her senses sharpened as she listened for any signs of movement. Let's take a moment to assess our surroundings, she whispered, prompting her allies to spread out slightly and maintain their vigilance. Ellen took position beside her, scanning the shadows for any lurking threats, while Timon adjusted his grip on his weapon, anxiety evident in his posture. Kaelin turned to the map they had created, tracing their route with her finger, considering their options carefully. Once we enter, remember the distraction tactics we practiced, she reminded them, her voice low and steady.
We need to be ready to adapt if things don't go as planned. Her allies nodded, confidence building as they absorbed her words. Evidence that the tension from earlier had shifted toward focused determination. With a firm resolve, Kaelin stepped forward, preparing to lead her team into the heart of Rhiannon's domain, knowing that their unity and preparation would be crucial for what awaited them inside.
As they crossed the threshold into the lair, the atmosphere shifted, the air thick with an unsettling stillness that pressed down on them. Kaelin raised her lantern, the flickering light casting eerie shadows across the stone walls, revealing ancient glyphs etched into the surface, remnants of magic that echoed with power. "Stay close," she instructed, motioning for her allies to remain vigilant as they entered the dimly lit space. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated against the cold stone, each sound amplifying their shared anxiety. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from deeper within the lair, halting them in their tracks, the tension palpable as they exchanged worried glances. Rhiannon's minions could be anywhere, Ellen breathed, her eyes darting around, filled with both fear and the resolve to stick together. Kaelin felt the adrenaline surge, fueled by the commitment she had made to protect her village and her friends. "Let's not lose our focus. We can't let fear dictate our actions," she urged, steadying her breath, ready to guide them through the darkness as they pushed further into the depths of the lair. Kaelin led the way, moving cautiously as they advanced deeper into the lair, the ominous silence heightened by the flickering lantern light. "Keep your eyes peeled," she whispered, her instincts sharp as she scanned the environment, noting every creak and shadow that danced along the rough stone walls. The group edged forward, tension palpable, with each member aware that danger lurked just out of sight. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a darkened corner, and Kaelin's heart raced as she raised her lantern higher, illuminating the space around them. "Ready yourselves," she commanded, her tone authoritative, pushing aside the fear that threatened to bubble up. Ellen shifted to position herself closer to Kaelin, a silent acknowledgement of camaraderie as they prepared to face whatever emerged from the darkness. Kaelin felt her pulse quicken but held her ground, knowing that the moment of confrontation was approaching. The depth of her resolve surged in tandem with the growing danger. As the rustling grew louder, Kaelin clenched her fists, adrenaline surging through her. The noise escalated into an unsettling growl, and from the darkness, a creature emerged, its eyes glinting with malice as it locked onto their group. "Engage!" she shouted, adrenaline-fueled determination propelling her forward, ready to confront the beast head-on. Kaelin quickly assessed the situation, directing her allies with clear commands, reminding them of their roles in the plan. "Ellen, flank it from the right. Timon, hold the rear." The creature lunged, snapping its jaws in a terrifying display, but Kaelin remained focused, trusting her instincts as she prepared to defend herself and her friends. The chaos of the moment intensified, yet Kaelin felt a sense of clarity. Each movement and command came from the depths of her training and experiences. With the fight beginning, she drew from the lessons learned along the way, knowing that their survival depended on their unity and her leadership in this pivotal moment. The creature lunged, forcing Kaelin to sidestep quickly, adrenaline surging through her as she instinctively called for cooperative action. "Now, watch your flanks," she shouted, directing her allies to surround the beast while maintaining the strategic formation they had practiced. Ellen moved with agility, darting to the right and drawing the creature's attention, while Timon and the others positioned themselves strategically, creating a united front. Kaelin took a deep breath and seized the moment. She hurled a potion at the creature, the vibrant liquid splattering against its fur and causing it to hiss in frustration. "Keep moving," she urged, her voice filled with urgency, as she launched into the fray, alongside her allies, determined to ensure they kept the upper hand. With each maneuver, Kaelin felt a rush of confidence. This was the result of their training. The bonds formed in battle, strengthening their resolve and coordination. As they pressed forward, Kaelin recognized that their combined efforts could turn the tide of this encounter, reinforcing her belief that together they could overcome the darkness threatening their village. Chapter 20. Assessing Progress. After the confrontation with Rhiannon's minions, Kaelin gathered her allies in the village square, the air thick with lingering tension and the aftermath of their battle. As the sun rose, its golden light illuminated the remnants of their conflict, casting a stark reminder of the stakes they had faced. Kaelin assessed the group, noting the bruises and exhaustion etched on their faces. But there was also a flicker of determination in their eyes. They had fought together and survived. "We need to take stock of what we have accomplished," she began, her voice steady, rallying their attention as she prepared to lay out their next steps. Kaelin moved to a makeshift table where they had gathered supplies, ready to review their resources and planned actions. "Let's go over the herbs we recovered and strategize on what more we might need to prepare for Rhiannon's next move," she instructed, organizing the collected items in front of her and encouraging the group to participate actively in the assessment. In that moment, she felt the weight of leadership settle on her, realizing that they could only move forward if they combined their strengths and took inventory of their progress. Kaelin stood before the gathered herbs and tools, her mind racing as she methodically reviewed their supplies, noting what had been effective in the battle and what was still lacking. "We have some healing salves left, which will help with any injuries," she announced, running her fingers across the jars, feeling the familiar textures grounding her. "Let's not forget about the defensive traps we've prepared. They'll be crucial if Rhiannon attempts another ambush," she continued, glancing at Timon, who was diligently checking the traps they had set in the village. He nodded in agreement, flicking his gaze up at her. "But we might need more potions to enhance our strength before we confront her again," he added, a hint of determination in his voice. Kaelin recognized the legitimacy of his point. Their earlier successes were vital, but they needed to be proactive about their defenses. "Then we'll gather more herbs today," she responded, her tone firm as she addressed the others. "We need to bolster our preparations, not just for healing, but for confronting her powers head-on." As her allies voiced their agreement and ideas, Kaelin felt their collective energy shift, igniting a renewed sense of purpose among them. This moment underscored her growth. She was not just reacting to challenges, but deliberately guiding her team toward a stronger future. As the conversation continued, Kaelin encouraged her allies to share their thoughts on the next steps, eager to incorporate everyone's insights into their plan. "I think we should prioritize finding the moonshade flower," Ellen suggested, her brow furrowed with determination. "It's rare but could enhance our potions significantly." Kaelin considered Ellen's input, recognizing the importance of including diverse perspectives. "That's a great idea. If we can find it, we can create something that gives us a real edge against Rhiannon." Timon chimed in, "But that flower grows in the deep parts of the forest. Are we ready to venture that far again?" Kaelin glanced at Timon, sensing his lingering trepidation, but she felt the resolve growing within her. "We need to be strategic about it. I'll lead the group and we'll scout the area first to ensure we're safe before collecting the flowers." The dialogue sparked renewed enthusiasm among the villagers, who began discussing their experiences searching the forest,
weaving tales of bravery and challenge into the planning process. Kaelin felt a sense of camaraderie blossom, their collective knowledge and shared mission intertwining as they prepared for the arduous task ahead. This proactive approach demonstrated not only their capability, but also Kaelin's evolving leadership as she embraced each ally's contribution to forge a stronger path forward.
As the group's excitement bubbled over, Kaelin began to outline the logistics for their foray into the forest. "All right, here's the plan," she said, drawing a rough map in the dirt with a stick to illustrate their route. "If we head through the western path, we should be able to avoid most of the dangers while searching for the moonshade flower." Ellen leaned in closer, studying the map and nodding. "That way, we can check for any potential threats before we commit to collecting the flowers. It's smart." Kaelin felt a rush of confidence at their responses, but Timon's face still bore the shadow of doubt. "What if we run into more of Rhiannon's minions? They won't just let us collect flowers without a fight." Kaelin took a moment to process his concern, recognizing the underlying tension afflicting her ally. "If that happens, we will adapt our approach. We can split up if we need to. A few of us can create distractions while the others gather the herbs." The suggestion resonated with the rest of the group, evidence of their growing confidence in each other and their ability to navigate future complications. Timon finally nodded, reassured by her proposed strategy, and Kaelin felt the shift in the room, a collective resolve forming around their intent to work as a cohesive unit. "Let's finalize our supplies and set out as soon as we can," she encouraged, feeling the energy of the group propel them forward into action. With their plan set, Kaelin felt the palpable energy coursing through the group as they gathered supplies. Everyone moved with purpose, collecting bags of herbs, potions, and essential tools, their earlier fears giving way to a shared determination. As they organized their resources, Kaelin took a moment to connect with each member, making sure they felt prepared for the journey ahead. "Timon, double-check the traps we set along the path," she instructed, her tone assertive yet encouraging. "We want to ensure they are functional just in case." He nodded, his expression more confident now as he hurried to gather what he needed, the teamwork lifting their spirits. Ellen, nearby, chuckled as she mixed together another healing potion, the buoyancy of their camaraderie bringing smiles to her face. "I can't wait to see how effective this will be," she said, her excitement infectious. Kaelin glanced at them, her heart swelling with gratitude for the unity that formed among them. With everything in place, she took a breath, feeling an exhilarating blend of anticipation and hope as they prepared to head into the unknown, ready to face the challenges lying ahead. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting an amber glow over Eldro, Kaelin gathered her allies one last time to finalize their preparations. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and anticipation, their earlier fears now transformed into a determination that filled her with hope. "Before we leave," Kaelin began, her voice commanding attention, "let's remind ourselves of our purpose. We're not just gathering herbs, we're protecting our village and each other." Her words resonated with the group, a firm reminder of their shared mission, and she could see the collective focus sharpen among them. "We'll keep in touch with signals and sound," she continued, reinforcing their communication strategy as they prepared to enter the forest once again. The villagers nodded, the commitment visible in their expressions as they solidified their alliance. Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her leadership settle comfortably on her shoulders. This time, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, confident in the strength of her friendships and the skills they had sharpened together. With a final glance at her team, she felt energized, knowing they would face the uncertainties of the night as one, united and resolute. Chapter 21. The Temptation to Retreat. The chilling wind cut through the trees as Kaelin and her allies pushed deeper into the forest, the sense of foreboding heavy in the air. She could feel the weight of her responsibilities coiling in her stomach, and the tension among the group heightened with every step. "Stay sharp," she reminded them, her voice steady, even as her heart raced with anticipation of what lay ahead.
Each of them carried the burdens of their past encounters, and Kaelin was acutely aware that the stakes had never been higher. As they moved, she caught sight of faint tracks on the ground, evidence of Rhiannon's minions that heightened her resolve to press on. "Look," she pointed out, her tone firm. "These prints, they lead toward the heart of the forest. We need to remain vigilant. They could be setting traps of their own." Her allies nodded, reassured by her leadership, but she noticed fleeting expressions of doubt. The forest was an unpredictable ally, and uncertainty gnawed at them all. As they followed the trail, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and Kaelin's instincts screamed for them to be cautious. She motioned for the group to slow down. Her senses heightened as she scanned the surroundings for any signs of ambush. "Let's not rush into anything," she urged, her voice low and steady, keeping her composure in the face of uncertainty. Timon glanced nervously down the path, anxiety creeping back into his demeanor. "What if we're walking into a trap? We need to rethink this." Kaelin appreciated his concern but felt the urgency of their mission pushing against her resolve. "If we hesitate, we give them the advantage. We have to move smart, but we can't afford to wait." Ellen nodded in agreement, stepping closer to Kaelin, offering support with her presence. "We should set up a perimeter and scout ahead before making any big moves. That way, we can gather information safely." Kaelin felt her confidence grow as the group discussed their revised approach, their voices rising with determination, and the earlier doubts began to fade away. "Yes, let's do that. We'll remain connected through our signals and keep each other informed," Kaelin replied, feeling the trust in her leadership solidify as they adapted their strategy to the evolving threats of the forest. As the group took a moment to regroup, Kaelin felt the weight of their shared anxiety, aware that the stakes were high and every member's confidence mattered. "Let's split into 2 teams," she suggested, her instincts guiding the decision. "One group can scout the southern edge, while the other assesses the northern path. We need information before we approach Rhiannon's stronghold." Ellen looked energized by the prospect, stepping forward. "I'll take the northern team. We can cover more ground quickly." Kaelin met her gaze, feeling the camaraderie strengthen. "I'll join you, Ellen. The northern path could provide us with the perfect vantage point." Timon, still grappling with his earlier doubts, hesitated. "And what about me?" Kaelin stepped closer to him, noticing the uncertainty still lingering in his eyes. "You have valuable instincts, Timon. I need you to lead the southern team. Trust in your abilities." He looked surprised but nodded slowly, acknowledging her faith in him. As they split into groups, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of purpose, each member of the team stepping into their roles with determination, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead of them. Kaelin led her team along the northern path, the underbrush thickening as they advanced, each step taken cautiously. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the remnants of fear still lingering from their earlier encounters echoing in the back of her mind. "Keep your eyes open for any signs of trouble," she reminded Ellen and the others, their vigilant faces reflecting both determination and apprehension. As they pressed deeper into the woods, Kaelin noticed the world around them quieting, the usual sounds of the forest dimming, as if nature itself held its breath, sensing the likelihood of conflict. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, and she raised a hand for silence. "Did you see that?" she whispered, tension coursing through her as she gestured toward the shadows ahead. The group's focus sharpened. Ellen's expression shifted from determination to alertness, signaling her readiness for whatever awaited them. Kaelin felt her heart pounding but remained grounded, training herself to stay calm as they prepared to confront whatever dangers lay hidden in the darkness. With her allies in position, she took a steadying breath, ready to embrace the challenge, while trusting in their collective strength to guide them through the uncertainty. As they moved cautiously through the thickening shadows, Kaelin felt a surge of hope mixed with trepidation, knowing that every moment counted. The tension escalated when a low growl echoed through the trees, and she instinctively turned to her companions, voice firm. "Positions! Ready yourselves!" she commanded, her heart racing as she scanned the area. searching for the source of the sound. Ellen tightened her grip on her weapon, positioning herself slightly ahead, while the others formed a protective circle around Kaelin. "Stay alert," Kaelin urged, steadying her breath as the growling intensified, preparing for the oncoming confrontation. Suddenly, a large creature lunged from the darkness, startling the group and prompting a swift reaction. "Distract it," Kaelin shouted, positioning herself to provide cover as she readied her potion, instincts kicking in as the battle unfolded before them. With each move, she felt the instinctual pull of leadership guiding her, their earlier discussions on teamwork ringing in her mind as she fought to protect everyone around her. Kaelin quickly assessed the situation as the creature lunged, its ferocity igniting adrenaline in her veins. "Now!" she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos as she hurled the protective potion towards the beast, aiming for its vulnerable underbelly. The potion splashed upon the creature, momentarily slowing its advance, giving her allies the opening they needed. "Flank it," she commanded, urging Ellen and Timon to move in unison, forcing the creature into a tighter space where they could coordinate their efforts. Kaelin felt a surge of determination as the team rallied behind her. The lessons of adaptability they had learned during their journey were coming into play, and she relied on their unity to push forward. Despite the danger, a flicker of confidence ignited within her. This was what she had prepared for, the culmination of their hard work and commitment to one another unfolding in real time. As the creature bared its teeth, readying itself for another strike, Kaelin stood her ground, knowing that together they had the strength to overcome this challenge. Chapter 22. The Weight of Failure. The adrenaline from the fight faded, replaced by a heavy silence that settled over the clearing as Kaelin surveyed the aftermath of the battle with Rhiannon's forces. The ground was littered with remnants of their struggle, defeated creatures scattered around them, while her allies caught their breath and tended to their injuries. Kaelin's heart sank as she took in the destruction. They had won, but at what cost? She felt the weight of their sacrifice pressing on her, a stark reminder that even victories could carry painful consequences. With determination, she turned to her allies, quickly assessing their conditions. "Tend to your wounds," she instructed, her voice projected with authority as she moved among them, ensuring everyone was accounted for. In her mind, she could already hear the whispers of doubt creeping back in, but she pushed those thoughts away, focusing instead on what needed to be done to stabilize the team after their encounter. Kaelin knelt beside Ellen, who was gingerly pressing a cloth against a cut on her arm. "Let me see that," Kaelin said gently, her hand steady as she inspected the wound. "It's not too deep," Ellen replied with a grimace, though Kaelin could see the strain in her eyes from the battle. Kaelin reached into her satchel for the healing salve they had prepared, feeling a sense of purpose as she applied it carefully to Ellen's injury. "You fought well, Ellen. We did this together," she encouraged, watching her friend relax slightly under the warmth of the potion. Meanwhile, Timon approached, concern etched on his face as he glanced at the fallen creatures. "What if they come back? What if we're not ready?" Kaelin turned to him, feeling the weight of his anxiety. "We will prepare. The village needs to know how to guard against this threat. It's time we share everything we learned." The urgency in her voice seemed to inspire the group, and she noticed others beginning to work together, gathering materials for defenses and tending to wounds. Kaelin watched as the villagers rallied, their commitment reflecting her own determination. They were no longer just a group of individuals, but a unified force ready to confront whatever darkness lay ahead. Feeling the solidarity surrounding her, Kaelin understood the significance of this moment. Together, they could overcome any obstacle, and it began with standing strong in the aftermath.
As the villagers worked
To tidy the remnants of their confrontation, Kaelin felt the shift in morale among her allies. Laughter erupted from a small group tending to the last of the fallen creatures. A local farmer made a joke about the ridiculousness of their foes, sparking smiles and camaraderie. Kaelin watched, her heart swelling with pride, knowing that each moment of levity was crucial in rebuilding their spirits after the fight. Yet amidst the laughter, she noticed Timon lingering at the edge of the group, still grappling with lingering insecurities. "Do you really think this is over?" he asked quietly, looking at Kaelin with uncertainty. "What if they regroup and come back even stronger?" Kaelin stepped closer, sensing the weight of his doubt. "Every victory is a step forward, even if it doesn't seem like it right now." She reassured him. "We've learned, we've adapted, and we'll continue to grow stronger together." Timon nodded slowly, still processing her words. Kaelin understood he still had fears to confront, but she also recognized the significance of his willingness to engage in the dialogue. Each interaction, each moment of vulnerability, was building a culture of trust and resilience within their group. Kaelin took a deep breath, knowing that this support would be integral as they prepared for whatever trials awaited them in the future.
The atmosphere in the square gradually shifted from one of anxiety to cautious optimism as Kaelin encouraged open communication among the villagers. "Let's reflect on what we faced and how we can prepare for potential threats in the future," she suggested, leading them in a discussion to analyze their recent encounters. The villagers weighed in, sharing stories that illustrated both victories and areas where they felt unprepared. Kaelin listened intently, taking mental notes on their concerns, knowing that understanding their thoughts would be crucial for their collective growth. As they spoke, she noticed Timon engaging more actively, sharing his insights about the traps they had set and learning from their previous experiences. "Next time, we need to hone our signals even more," he suggested, his confidence growing as he saw others nod in agreement and build on his idea. This newfound willingness to collaborate was invigorating, showing Kaelin that the bonds forged in adversity were evolving into something stronger. She felt a deep sense of pride in her allies. Their emotional growth was as significant as their physical resilience, paving the way for a united front against whatever lay ahead. As the villagers wrapped up their discussions, Kaelin sensed a shift in their collective energy. They were no longer just defenders, but a community ready to take action together. She stepped forward to lead them in organizing their next steps, feeling a surge of confidence that had grown from their shared experiences. "All right, let's finalize our plan," she said, her voice strong as she surveyed the group. "We'll set up regular meetings to assess any new developments and adjust our strategies as needed." Ellen chimed in. "And if anyone sees or hears something suspicious, we should have a quick way to alert everyone." Kaelin nodded in agreement, pleased to see Ellen's proactive approach shining through. "Exactly. Communication will be key in maintaining our security and trust." The crowd responded positively, the murmurs of agreement echoing as they began to disperse, ready to implement the strategies they had discussed. Kaelin felt a warmth spread through her at the sight of her friends engaging with enthusiasm, recognizing their individual contributions were building something significant. In her heart, she knew that these new practices and open dialogues would shape their resilience as they prepared to face the challenges ahead, solidifying their shared commitment to protect Eldro. As the villagers began to disperse, a sense of purpose filled the square, and Kaelin felt a wave of gratefulness wash over her. She moved among them, exchanging words of encouragement, her heart lifting at the thriving spirit of community rekindled in each conversation. "Let's not forget that strength comes from unity," she remarked to a group of locals, reinforcing the perimeter of the village. Several nodded, their expressions more confident than before, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that had earlier clouded their minds. Kaelin caught a glimpse of Finn, who was eagerly helping gather supplies with a couple of children, their laughter weaving through the work as they focused on tasks. "Look at him," she smiled, feeling warmth for her brother. "He's really stepping up." A villager nearby spoke up. "It's inspiring to see how you've all rallied together, Kaelin. Your leadership has brought us back." Her heart swelled with pride, knowing that she had fostered trust within the community through her actions and decisions. In that moment, Kaelin understood that each victory, each connection made, was a step toward building a resilient village prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead. As she watched her neighbors respond with renewed enthusiasm, she felt a clear commitment to their shared future solidify in her heart.
ready to lead them toward whatever came next.
Chapter 23. Seeking Alliances. With the sun rising over the horizon, casting a golden light across Eldro, Kaelin felt a flicker of excitement blend with apprehension. After days of strategizing and regrouping, the time had come for her to seek aid from the nearby settlement, a place where warriors and skilled villagers could support their fight against Rhiannon. Gathering her allies, she felt a sense of purpose as she shared her intentions. We need to build our forces. If we're going to take on Rhiannon, we can't do it alone. Ellen stepped forward, seeming eager to join her. I'll come with you. We can rally their support and show them that we mean business. Kaelin nodded, grateful for Ellen's enthusiasm, but she felt the weight of her decision settle in her chest. As they prepared to set off, she glanced around at her allies, each face reflecting a mix of hope and concern about the journey ahead. We'll be careful, Kaelin assured them, a steadiness in her voice, as she reached for her satchel, ensuring it contained essential supplies for their negotiations. They moved with purpose, crossing the familiar paths leading to the settlement, their determination igniting a sense of camaraderie that propelled them forward into the unknown. As they approached the settlement, Kaelin felt the air shift, the vibrant energy of Eldro replaced by the guarded tension of the unfamiliar village. Vibrant banners fluttered in the breeze, but the eyes of the residents held a wary suspicion as Kaelin and Ellen entered. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for their meeting, and stepped forward to engage with the nearest villager, who appeared to be a seasoned warrior. We're here to seek your aid against Rhiannon, she said, her voice carrying a blend of urgency and determination. The warrior crossed his arms, studying Kaelin with an unyielding gaze. What makes you think we should risk our necks for outsiders? He challenged, skepticism heavy in his tone. Kaelin felt the pressure mounting, but pressed on, her heart racing as she recalled the reasons that had driven her here. Because her darkness threatens us all. If we don't unite, we risk losing everything. Ellen chimed in, offering her support. We've faced her forces and survived, but we need more allies to protect our homes. As they spoke, Kaelin sensed the villagers nearby listening intently, their expressions shifting as they processed the gravity of her words. She knew this was a critical moment. Her ability to negotiate effectively could determine whether they would gain crucial support against the looming threat. As Kaelin and Elin continued to articulate their plea, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Some villagers began to murmur among themselves, weighing the warrior's skepticism against the urgency of the situation. A woman from the back stepped forward, crossing her arms defiantly. And what makes you think we can trust you? We've seen many come claiming to want to help, only for their intentions to shift when danger looms. Kaelin met her intense gaze, feeling the heat of the moment. I understand your concerns, she responded, her tone steady. But we have already faced Rhiannon's forces, and we survived. Imagine what we could achieve together. The woman's expression softened marginally, but doubt still lingered. Trust must be earned. Prove that your word means something, the warrior reiterated, his tone firm but not unkind. Kaelin felt her heart racing. This was not just a negotiation, but a test of character and integrity. I'm willing to share what we've learned and support your village as well. Together, we can forge a strategy that protects us all. Behind her, she could sense Elin shifting restlessly, eager to voice her own thoughts. But Kaelin held the moment, committed to showing that their journey had taught them the importance of trust and collaboration. As they awaited a response, Kaelin felt the weight of her growth, reflected in her ability to face these challenges head-on, ready to form essential alliances in pursuit of their common goal. Kaelin's heart raced as the villagers exchanged glances, weighing her words with caution. The tension in the air was thick, each moment stretching as she awaited their response. Finally, the warrior spoke again, his voice thoughtful. You claim to have faced Rhiannon's forces and survived. What do you have that can help us? We need something concrete to act upon. Steeling herself,
Kaelin reached into her satchel and pulled out the ancient scroll they had found. The one containing vital information about Rhiannon, her weaknesses, and the spells binding her power. This, Kaelin said, holding it aloft. This contains what we have learned about her magic. It's a guide to navigating the darkness she wields. The villagers leaned closer, curiosity igniting as they examined the scroll, their earlier skepticism wavering. "Prove its worth," the woman challenged, her fingers brushing against the parchment, her eyes narrowing with interest. "What can you tell us about Rhiannon that we don't already know?" Kaelin took a breath, feeling the collective gaze of the village on her, and began to explain the crux of the scroll, the spells Rhiannon relied upon to maintain her control over the forest and those within it. Rhiannon's strength lies in manipulation and fear, Kaelin articulated, her voice steady. "We can use this knowledge to gather allies and strike at her weaknesses, rather than confronting her head-on until we're ready." As she spoke, Kaelin felt a shift in the crowd, a palpable blend of hope and determination, beginning to replace the earlier skepticism. The potential for an alliance was taking root, and she could sense that they were closer to forming a united front against the darkness. The villagers murmured among themselves, clearly impressed by Kaelin's insights. The once skeptical expressions began to shift into an openness that hinted at a potential alliance. "Maybe they do have something worthwhile," the woman finally conceded, looking up from the scroll, her demeanor changing as hope flickered in her eyes. Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude as conversations began to flow more freely. Allies from the settlement discussing how they could integrate the knowledge Kaelin provided into their defenses against Rhiannon. Timon stepped forward, enthusiasm lighting his expression. "If we can figure out how to disrupt her magic, we can protect Eldro and its people." Kaelin nodded, encouraged by the shifting dynamics among them. The walls that had once seemed high were beginning to lower, replaced by collaborative energy. "And with all of us working together, we'll be able to form a plan that balances strength and cunning," she added, feeling her own confidence swell as the group started to unite around a common goal. As they plotted their next moves, Kaelin recognized how her journey and growth had enabled her to connect with these new allies, transforming both her own ambitions and the future of their village. With the alliance taking shape, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of purpose as the villagers and her allies began discussing their strategic plans in earnest. Her heart swelled with pride as she listened to their collaborative ideas, everyone around her firing off suggestions that showcased their strengths and experiences. "Let's create a contingency plan for any unexpected encounters," one of the warriors suggested, glancing at the gathered group. "That way, if something goes wrong, we won't be caught off guard again." Kaelin nodded, impressed by the proactive mindset. "A solid plan. We can combine our forces and ensure we have escape routes mapped out, as well as signals established for quick communication." The exchange of ideas flowed freely, and Kaelin could see the group members began to rally around her leadership. They responded positively to her encouragement, moving with vigor to implement the plans they had created. As the discussions continued, Kaelin approached Timon, taking note of his engaged expression. "This is what we need," she said quietly, her tone encouraging. "Your insights are invaluable in making this work." With a grateful smile, he returned her gaze, confidence beginning to replace doubt. "I just want to do what's best for everyone," he replied, echoing her sentiment. The atmosphere was electric with the possibility of success, and Kaelin recognized that their shared journey was not just about facing darkness, but also about forging a brighter future together. Chapter 24: A Defining Sacrifice. As the evening shadows lengthened, Kaelin stood at the edge of the village, the weight of the moment pressing upon her. The preparations for their confrontation with Rhiannon had taken shape, and everything felt set in motion. Yet uncertainties nagged at her mind. In this pivotal moment, she realized that the path she had chosen would define not only her future, but also the future of Eldro. "Tonight we stand united," she declared, raising her voice to gather her allies around her for one last pep talk. The villagers gathered close, their eyes reflecting the flickering lantern light, a mixture of determination and apprehension on their faces. Kaelin felt the intensity of their gazes, understanding that this was more than just a mission. It was a test of their collective resilience and commitment to each other. Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling the urgency of the moment heightening her senses. "Let's move forward and approach Rhiannon's lair," she commanded, her voice steady as she led the way into the encroaching darkness. The group followed closely, their movements synchronized as they traversed the familiar paths, now cloaked in uncertainty. With a flicker of excitement mingling with fear, Kaelin grasped her satchel tightly, the weight of their mission pressing her forward. "Remember our plan," she reiterated, glancing back at her allies. "We scout ahead and use what we've prepared to leverage our advantage." The villagers nodded, a collective assurance passing between them as they steeled their resolve for the confrontation. Kaelin could sense the air around them shift, charged with the possibilities of what lay ahead, and she felt a fierce determination blossom within her. It was now or never. This was not just a fight against Rhiannon. It was a stand for their home and a testament to the strength they had built together. As they approached the lair, Kaelin felt the tension in the air intensify, each shadow casting doubt on their resolve. The landscape changed dramatically. What had once seemed like a mere forest now loomed with a malevolent presence, the trees leaning closer as if whispering warnings. "Stay sharp," she urged her allies, her voice a whisper but filled with urgency. Noticing the rocks and branches scattered along the path, Kaelin quickly directed her team to set traps to slow down any incoming threats. "Position these around the entrance," she instructed, her hands moving swiftly as she demonstrated how to make quick, effective setups. Ellen worked diligently beside her, nodding in understanding while sharing ideas on where to place the traps for maximum effectiveness. As they executed their plan, a sense of unity wrapped around them, each member fulfilling their role with purpose. Kaelin felt the adrenaline surge and the weight of leadership settle more comfortably upon her. She was no longer hesitant. This was their chance, not just for them to defend their village, but to stand united against the darkness that threatened their future. As they finished setting the traps, Kaelin gathered her allies to review what they had accomplished. "Great work, everyone," she said, scanning the group and seeing their faces filled with a mixture of determination and lingering anxiety. "We've set a solid perimeter, and if we stay alert, we can handle whatever comes our way," she continued, projecting confidence to bolster their spirits. Just then, a low rustle from the nearby bushes caught everyone's attention, and tension returned like a tide. "What was that?" Timon whispered, glancing nervously at Kaelin, his earlier resolve wavering under the pressure of uncertainty. Kaelin raised a hand for silence, her instincts on high alert. "Stay calm. Let's maintain our positions. It could be an animal or something else." As they held their breath, she felt the collective anxiety swirling around them. But instead of allowing herself to be swept up in fear, she focused on the steps they had taken to prepare. Suddenly, a small deer burst from the brush, startled and bounding into the clearing, a reminder that nature was unpredictable, yet the danger was still very real. Relief flooded through the group, followed by nervous laughter, as tension drained away for a fleeting moment. Kaelin used this break in the intensity to reinforce their strategy, emphasizing that they must remain vigilant despite the unexpected disruptions. As the laughter faded, Kaelin turned her attention back to the task at hand, feeling the urgency of their mission return to the forefront of her mind. "Let's finalize our signals," she reminded the group, gathering them closely. "If we see or hear anything unusual, we need to communicate immediately." Her allies nodded, the earlier camaraderie replaced by a focused determination as they practiced their patterns of communication. Recognizing their reliance on one another was key to their success, Kaelin felt the confidence in her leadership solidify. Their commitment to each other created a bond that would carry them through the darkest moments ahead. Timon stepped forward, enthusiasm replaced by sincerity. "I appreciate how you lead us through this. I didn't know if I could trust the plan, but I see now how well we work together."
Kaelin smiled, warmed by his acknowledgement and the strength of their evolving relationships. His words reinforced the importance of unity, reminding her that challenges may arise, but they only needed to trust each other to overcome them. With their signals established and the tension cloaked under a blanket of resolve, Kaelin felt ready to lead them into the darkness, equipped with the knowledge and strength that had forged their journey together. With the final preparations complete, Kaelin gathered her allies one last time, her heart steadying as she spoke. "Tonight, we stand together to protect our home. Remember what we've learned. We are stronger united." Her words resonated with the group, and she could see their resolve solidifying as they exchanged determined glances. The villagers huddled closer, their eyes wide with a mix of excitement and seriousness under the glow of the lanterns illuminating the square. As they prepared to move, a sense of purpose filled the air, pushing aside any lingering doubts that may have remained. Kaelin looked around, recognizing the bond they had formed through their experiences, their shared struggles now serving as the foundation for their courage. "Let's be vigilant and trust in each other's strengths," she continued, her voice strong, urging them forward into the impending confrontation. With a final nod from each member, they stepped out of the village square and into the night, anticipation coursing through them. Kaelin felt a sense of clarity settle in. This was not just about facing Rhiannon, but about the journey they had undertaken together, and the unity they had cultivated would guide them through whatever lay ahead. Chapter 25. Preparing for Battle. The sun rose over Eldro, casting a warm light that felt like a promise of new beginnings. Yet Kaelin sensed an undercurrent of tension still lingering in the air. Gathering her allies in the village square, she felt the weight of their shared responsibility pressing down upon them as they prepared for the next phase of their mission. "Today, we regroup and plan," she announced, her voice steady, contrasting the uncertainty that had shadowed them since the confrontation with Rhiannon. The villagers shifted, their readiness apparent despite the exhaustion still visible on their faces. Kaelin looked around at her allies, recognizing the importance of each one in their fight against the darkness that threatened their home. "We'll review our strategies while gathering any supplies we might still need for potential confrontations," she continued, directing their attention to the gathering resources. As they began to discuss their plans, Kaelin felt a mix of determination and apprehension. This was not just about survival, but about reclaiming their future and assuring the safety of their community. Kaelin paced the square, mentally cataloging the supplies they had and what might still be needed for their ongoing efforts. "Let's ensure we have enough healing potions prepared," she began, turning to Ellen, who was mixing ingredients with focused precision. "We should gather more herbs while we still have time," Ellen suggested, glancing up with determination. "I'll lead a team to check the areas we haven't explored yet," Timon added, his earlier hesitations replaced by a sense of purpose as he stepped forward. Kaelin felt a wave of relief wash over her. The dynamic within the group was shifting, and that unity fueled her confidence. "Excellent. Your instincts are invaluable, Timon," she praised, encouraging him to take the lead. As the allies discussed strategies and responsibilities, Kaelin organized their efforts, directing troops to create defenses around the village while others prepped healing materials. The lively exchanges and collaborative spirit reminded her of the growth they had all experienced together. She felt empowered as a leader, knowing that her earlier lessons about adaptability were coming into play, guiding their decisions as they fortified their defenses and prepared for upcoming challenges. As the villagers engaged in their assigned tasks, Kaelin moved through the crowd, ensuring that everyone was clear on their roles. She stopped at a group of farmers, strengthening the fences, noting the renewed vigor in their approach. "Are we all set on the materials?" she asked, watching them work diligently. One of the farmers, a steadfast elder named Gregor, looked up and wiped sweat from his brow. "We're ready, but we could use more hands to help fortify the east side before nightfall." Kaelin nodded,
feeling a sense of pride in their willingness to contribute. I'll assign a few more volunteers to assist you. We want every inch secured. As she turned to gather more villagers to help, she noticed Timon arguing with a couple of seasoned hunters, their voices rising as they debated their scouting approach. Kaelin joined them, sensing the tension. "What seems to be the issue?" she asked, looking from Timon to the hunters, wanting to mediate the discussion. "They want to rush into the woods without a proper plan. We should go in pairs to maximize our safety," Timon urged, his frustration evident. Kaelin took a deep breath, remembering her earlier discussions about trust and communication. "Timon's right. Let's agree on a strategy that ensures safety without compromising our mission. Together, we'll make informed decisions." As they began to redefine their approach to scouting, Kaelin felt the group's dynamic shifting. She recognized that her ability to navigate this delicate situation was reflecting her growth as a leader, capable of addressing conflict while fostering collaboration. As Kaelin facilitated the discussion, she noticed a sense of clarity settling in, the villagers beginning to engage collaboratively in crafting solutions. "Let's focus on creating a rotation for our scouts," she suggested, her voice steady and confident. "If we reduce the number of people in each group, we lessen the risks and can respond faster if something goes wrong." Ellen nodded in agreement, her enthusiasm building as she added, "And we should identify safe spots to regroup. That way, if anyone gets caught, we can plan a quick rescue." Kaelin felt a rush of pride at how her allies were contributing to the plan, each suggestion reinforcing their collective strength. However, she noticed Timon still lingering on the edge, an expression of doubt clouding his features. "But what if we encounter Rhiannon's minions again? We can't afford any mistakes." Kaelin stepped closer, her tone earnest. "Every plan can adapt. We've learned from our experiences, and that's what makes us resilient. Trust in each other and our preparations." As she spoke, Kaelin saw the flicker of understanding ignite in Timon's eyes, his earlier apprehension giving way to a reluctant acceptance of collective wisdom. With renewed camaraderie, the group rallied around the plan, and Kaelin felt the confidence in her leadership solidifying, understanding that adapting and remaining flexible would be vital in the challenges ahead. With their plans now set, Kaelin felt a sense of urgency surge through the group as they finalized their preparations. Villagers moved with purpose, gathering supplies and tightening defenses, their earlier fears replaced by a collective resolve. Kaelin watched as they checked off items on their lists, her heart swelling with pride at the sight of everyone contributing. "Let's also make sure our healing supplies are stocked. If we encounter more threats, we need to be fully prepared," she reminded the group, her voice strong as she ensured every detail was attended to. Timon, now more engaged and determined, stepped up to organize the last batch of remedies, a sense of purpose in his every action. "Kaelin, I'm on it. We can't risk running short," he replied, confidence evident in his tone, which helped solidify the camaraderie among them all. Kaelin nodded, feeling the synergy within the group. They were not just preparing for a battle, but reinforcing the very ties that bound them as a community, each moment contributing to their resilience. As they wrapped up their final preparations and checked supplies one last time, Kaelin felt an exhilarating blend of anticipation and determination. They were ready to face whatever challenges awaited, united and strong. As the final preparations concluded, Kaelin gathered her allies at the center of the village, the air thick with anticipation and determination. "Tonight, we fight not just for ourselves, but for everyone in Eldro," she said, her voice ringing with conviction as she looked into the eyes of each person gathered around her. The villagers nodded, their expressions a blend of courage and readiness, bolstered by the collective effort they had put forth. Kaelin felt a surge of pride as she recognized how their bonds had strengthened over the course of their journey, how each challenge had united them in purpose. "Let's remember the strategies we practiced. Communication is key. If something goes wrong, don't hesitate to signal each other immediately," she reinforced, ensuring everyone was clear on what was at stake. Feeling the energy shift toward a unified front, Kaelin prepared herself mentally for the confrontation ahead. "Whatever happens, we face it together," she declared, her heart steady as they all clasped hands in solidarity, ready to take on the darkness that threatened their home. Chapter 26. The Test of Trust. The tension in the air was palpable as Kaelin and her allies moved cautiously through the forest, nearing the boundary of Rhiannon's stronghold. Every rustle in the underbrush seemed amplified, the heartbeat of the forest synchronizing with her own, heightening her senses as they prepared for the impending confrontation. Kaelin glanced at her companions, their faces set in determination, but she could still see the remnants of fear lingering in their eyes. "Stay alert," she reminded them, her voice sharp and low, ensuring they remained focused on the task at hand. As they approached the lair, shadows danced along the path, and Kaelin could feel the weight of their prior encounters resting heavily upon her, the fear of failure creeping in despite her resolve. "Let's keep our formation tight," she continued, steadying her breath as they neared the entrance, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. As they reached the clearing before Rhiannon's lair, Kaelin looked around, taking stock of the area. The massive stone structure loomed ahead, shrouded in darkness, ominous vines curling around its edges, a tangible reminder of the danger they faced. Kaelin felt her heart racing as she turned to her allies, ready to finalize their strategy. "We need to scout the area first, to ensure there are no surprises waiting for us." Ellen stepped forward, determination etched in her features. "I can go check the west side while the rest of you set up defensive positions here," she suggested, deferring to Kaelin's leadership but eager to take action. Kaelin weighed the proposal. "That's a good plan. Let's keep communication open. If anything seems off, we need to regroup." The group nodded, feeling the urgency intensify as they prepared to split up. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, but as Timon prepared to take the northern approach, Kaelin sensed an undercurrent of doubt in his movements. "Timon, are you okay?" she asked, noticing he hesitated before stepping away from the group. Timon glanced up, his brow furrowed as he shifted his weight. I'm not sure about going alone. What if I run into trouble?" Kaelin stepped closer, her concern for him evident. "I understand your fears, Timon, but we're all committed to this path. We need to trust each other and remember our training." He nodded, still visibly tense, and Kaelin could see the doubt lingering in his eyes, hinting at the underlying vulnerabilities he was grappling with. "I don't want to let anyone down," he murmured, the weight of his insecurities evident. Kaelin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You won't. You've been integral to this group, and your instincts have proven valuable. Just stay in touch with us. If anything feels off, signal right away." Timon met her gaze, a flicker of determination crossing his features as he straightened up, feeling the warmth of her encouragement settle in. "All right, I'll do my best," he replied, the hint of a smile breaking through his earlier apprehension, showing that his resolve was solidifying. Kaelin felt a sense of empowerment, knowing that supporting each other through their fears would ultimately make them stronger as a unit. They were not just allies anymore. They were a family, bound by shared experiences and a common goal. As the team split up, Kaelin turned her attention to the entrance of Rhiannon's lair, feeling the gravity of the moment settle over her. She motioned for Ellen to stay close as they moved cautiously toward the darkened threshold, pushing aside the remnants of fear that lingered from their earlier encounters. "Stay alert. We don't know what traps or dark magic Rhiannon has in place," she whispered, her voice steady, a grounding force in the tension that enveloped them. Ellen nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows ahead for any signs of danger. Kaelin's heart raced, the air thickening with anticipation. But she knew they had prepared as best they could. Suddenly, the shadows shifted, and a chilling breeze swept through the entrance, as if the lair were alive and aware of their presence. Kaelin paused, exchanging a determined glance with Ellen, feeling a shared resolve that they could face whatever lay beyond together. As they crossed the threshold into Rhiannon's lair, Kaelin felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The air was thick and heavy, laced with an unsettling magic that seemed to curl around her, a reminder of the danger they faced. "Careful now," she murmured, leading Ellen into the dimly lit space where shadows lurked and shapes danced against the walls. They moved cautiously, their footfalls muffled by the damp ground, and Kaelin's senses heightened as she surveyed their surroundings, scanning for any signs of ambush. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed through the chamber, drawing her attention to a flickering torch that had caught the edge of her vision, casting eerie shadows that stretched across the floor. "Did you hear that?" Ellen whispered, her voice barely audible as she gripped her weapon tightly. Kaelin nodded, her heart racing as she prepared for whatever might emerge from the depths of the lair. "Stay close and alert. We need to stick together. Trust your instincts," she reminded Ellen, drawing strength from their bond as they pressed forward into the unknown. As they delved deeper into the lair, Kaelin caught a glimpse of movement in the dark corners, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. "Stay alert," she whispered urgently, her voice steady as she gestured for Ellen to hold back and blend into the shadows. Just then, a figure darted past them, cloaked in darkness, sending a ripple of panic through the air. Kaelin felt her instincts surge. She quickly raised her weapon, ready to confront whatever threat loomed nearby. "Focus on where the sounds are coming from," she instructed, trying to maintain control and reassure her ally. Kaelin's mind raced, recalling their discussions about the traps they had set and how to use their environment to their advantage, determining that they needed to remain calm and adaptive. With another soft rustle, Kaelin tightened her grip, knowing this moment could either lead to success or further danger, her resolve firming as she faced the unknown head-on. Chapter 27. The Preparation for the Confrontation. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Kaelin gathered her allies in a small clearing, the air thick with both triumph and exhaustion. Around them, the sounds of the forest resumed, but the weight of victory felt complex, tinged with the sacrifices they had made. Kaelin took a moment to collect her thoughts, running a hand through her hair as she prepared to outline their next steps. "We need to assess the situation and gather what we can, both for healing and for our future preparations," she started, looking each ally in the eye to instill a sense of purpose. The group nodded, still breathing heavily from the adrenaline of battle, but a determination sparked in their eyes. They began to discuss what resources they had left, brainstorming how to maximize their efficiency in moving forward. Kaelin pulled out the remnants of their supplies, examining the herbs and potions carefully, noting what had been used during the encounter and what remained. "We'll need to restock on salves and protective potions," she instructed, her voice steady as she organized the materials on a makeshift table of fallen logs. Elin chimed in, her brows furrowing in concentration. "We should also replenish the traps. If Rhiannon decides to retaliate, we need to be ready." Kaelin nodded, appreciating Elin's insights, aware of the growing sense of urgency surrounding them. "Let's divide our tasks. If we send a few people to forage for herbs while others set the traps, we can maximize our time," she suggested, feeling the collaborative spirit spark between them. Timon stepped forward, eagerness etched across his features. "I can lead the group foraging. I remember some spots not far from here." Kaelin felt a surge of gratitude. His willingness reinforced her belief in their collective strength. "Perfect. The rest of us will start setting everything up while you're gone," she replied, appreciating the dynamic unfolding as they organized themselves with purpose. As the teams prepared to execute their tasks, Kaelin felt a palpable surge of energy in the air, a collective eagerness building among her allies. "Let's move quickly and efficiently," she said, her voice cutting through the chatter as everyone moved into action. She watched as Ellen organized the defenders at the perimeter, their determination evident as they set traps along the forest's edge. Meanwhile, Timon rallied the group gathering herbs, leading a team toward the old thicket where they had found resources before. Kaelin felt a flutter of pride, watching them all work together. But a sudden rustle from the nearby underbrush interrupted the moment, drawing her attention sharply. "Stay alert," she called. the urgency in her voice causing her allies to freeze momentarily, eyes widening as they awaited the source of the disturbance. As they waited, Kaelin's mind raced through their options, weighing how they should respond in case they encountered another threat. With the lessons learned from their previous challenges fresh in her mind, she knew that adaptability was crucial, and they must remain calm and focused, no matter what emerged from the shadows. Kaelin listened intently as the rustling grew louder, the tension palpable as her instincts screamed for them to be cautious. "On my signal," she whispered, her heart racing as she scanned the perimeter, keenly aware that they needed to be prepared for whatever it was. When a figure emerged from the underbrush, it took Kaelin a moment to process. It was a scrappy-looking creature, thin and trembling, its eyes wide with fear. "Easy now," she urged, taking a step forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "We're not here to harm you." The creature hesitated, and Kaelin could see the flicker of distrust in its eyes. Behind her, her allies tensed, unsure if it posed a threat. "Wait, it could help us," Ellen suggested quietly, her voice softening the tense atmosphere. Kaelin took a breath, weighing their responses. If we can gain its trust, it might lead us to safety or provide valuable information. With renewed focus, she knelt down slowly, eyeing the creature's response as she reached out cautiously, ensuring her body language conveyed empathy and understanding. The moment felt fragile, the outcome hanging on the balance of her connection with this vulnerable being. Kaelin remained still, watching the creature closely as it assessed her outstretched hand, its fear evident in the way it twitched. "It's all right," she said softly, hoping to convey a sense of safety. "We just want to help. You're safe here." For a long moment, the creature remained uncertain, glancing back toward the dark edge of the forest, as if weighing its choices. Then slowly, it inched forward, sniffing the air cautiously, before taking a tentative step closer to Kaelin. Encouraged, she smiled gently, moving her hand a little closer, the warmth of her empathy radiating as she continued to speak soothingly. "See? We're friends," she affirmed, heart pounding with a mix of hope and exhilaration as the creature hesitated before finally nuzzling against her calm, its trembling subsiding. The moment of connection forged an unexpected alliance, and Kaelin felt a swell of accomplishment. This act of trust had just become a powerful step in their journey. "Let's see where this leads," she said to Ellen and the others, ready to follow the creature as it began to guide them away from potential dangers and deeper into the forest's secrets. With the creature now leading the way, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of hope blossom within her as they navigated the twisting paths of the forest. The small being moved with surprising agility, glancing back occasionally to ensure they were close behind. As they followed, Kaelin turned to her allies, indicating that they should remain alert, ready to react to any threats that might emerge. "Stay quiet and keep your weapons at the ready," she whispered, acutely aware of the shadows lurking just beyond the trees. Ellen and Timon exchanged glances, their anxiety replaced by intrigue. They sensed the creature's cautious movements meant they were moving towards something significant. They passed under ancient trees, their trunks thick and twisted, and Kaelin couldn't help but feel the weight of the forest's history pressing around them. Suddenly, the creature stopped abruptly, sniffing the air as it turned its head, indicating something up ahead. Kaelin held her breath, feeling her pulse quicken. The sense of urgency returned as they prepared to confront whatever lay just beyond the veil of foliage. Chapter 28: Execution of the Plan. Kaelin stood at the threshold of Rhiannon's lair, the air thick with tension as the ancient stones loomed before her. The darkness within felt oppressive, a stark contrast to the bright promise of the village they had just left behind. Her heart raced, but she held her ground, gathering her allies around her and reminding them of their purpose. "Remember why we're here," she said, her voice steady, cutting through the weight of the moment. "We need to confront Rhiannon and put an end to her control over the forest." As they moved closer, she could see the fear etched on the faces of her companions, a reminder of the stakes they were gambling with. "Let's approach with caution." We don't know what awaits us inside, she continued, glancing between Ellen and Timon, her expression steadfast. They steadied themselves. The bond formed through their shared experiences palpable as they prepared to face the looming challenge. Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their mission pressing on her shoulders, knowing that this was the moment for which they had all prepared.
As they stepped into the lair, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a thick silence wrapping around them like a shroud. Kaelin raised her lantern, the flickering light dancing against the damp stone walls, casting elongated shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. "Stay close and move silently," she urged, her heart pounding as they ventured deeper into the darkness, every sense heightened. With Ellen at her side, they scanned their surroundings, aware that Rhiannon's magic could be lurking behind any corner. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, causing Kaelin to halt, raising a hand to signal for her allies to follow suit. "Listen," she instructed, straining to decipher the distant sounds, a mixture of whispers and growls that hinted at the presence of danger nearby. Determined, Kaelin felt the adrenaline coursing through her as she prepared for the encounter, her leadership instincts sharpening with each passing moment. As they pressed deeper into the lair, Kaelin felt the tension mount, the air thickening with an electric energy that hinted at the magic intertwining within the stone. "Stay sharp," she whispered, glancing at Ellen and the rest of the group, each face illuminated by the wavering light of their lanterns. The path branched ahead, and Kaelin paused, knowing the importance of this moment. "We need to split up. Ellen and I will scout the left side, while the rest of you check the right. Stay in contact and signal if you encounter anything suspicious." The group nodded, the earlier camaraderie settling into a focused determination as they moved into their specified areas. Kaelin stepped carefully alongside Ellen, hearts racing as they ventured further, attuned to the sounds around them, the echo of their footsteps mingling with the distant murmurs of magic lingering in the air. "Remember, if we see any signs of Rhiannon, we need to regroup quickly," Kaelin reiterated, feeling her pulse quicken as they pushed ahead. Ellen looked at her, the bond of their friendship strengthened by the fears they faced. "I trust you, Kaelin. We've come this far together." With those encouraging words, they continued deeper into the lair, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within its dark embrace. As they ventured further into the lair, Kaelin noticed the air growing heavier, thick with the palpable essence of dark magic. The shadows shifted menacingly around them, heightening her instincts as she and Ellen moved with purpose, each footstep echoing in the silence. "Keep an eye out for anything unusual," Kaelin instructed, her heart pounding as she peeked around a corner, the flickering light of their lantern illuminating the intricate carvings on the walls. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them, and Kaelin felt her pulse quicken. "Did you see that?" she whispered, adrenaline surging as her muscles tensed in readiness. Ellen nodded, her face reflecting the worry that mirrored Kaelin's thoughts. "We should be on guard. This place feels alive with danger." Ahead, a faint noise drew Kaelin's attention, and she motioned for Ellen to follow closely as they crept toward the sound. "Whatever it is, we need to confront it," Kaelin said, feeling a mixture of anxiety and determination rise within her. With each step, she felt the weight of her responsibility, but also a sense of clarity. They had trained for this, and now they had to face the darkness head-on. With their resolve firm, Kaelin and Ellen pressed on, adrenaline coursing through their veins as they neared the source of the noise. Kaelin's heart raced, and she took a steadying breath, preparing herself for whatever confrontation awaited. "Remember, we stick to the plan," she reminded Ellen, glancing at her as they drew closer, trusting her friend to support her instincts. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was another minion, but this one looked different, more powerful, with a glimmering amulet hanging around its neck. Kaelin felt a jolt of fear, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the situation at hand. "We need to distract it while we find a way to neutralize its magic," she instructed,
her mind racing through strategies. Ellen nodded, poised and ready. I can create a diversion. Get its attention while you prepare the salve. Kaelin met her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. Be careful and move quickly. As Ellen moved to implement their plan, Kaelin prepared the protective potion, feeling the weight of their collective knowledge as she focused. With every breath, she drew strength from the lessons learned, and the bond formed through their shared experiences, determined to turn the tide in their favor. As Kaelin began to create a distraction, Kaelin felt the tension in the air shift, her heart pounding with both fear and determination. Kaelin darted forward, drawing the creature's gaze with a series of swift, calculated movements, making noise to grab its attention. Kaelin seized the opportunity, focusing intently on the potion she had prepared, her hands steady as she readied it for use against the powerful minion. Now, over here, Kaelin shouted, successfully diverting the creature's focus as it lunged towards her. Kaelin moved quickly, darting into position, adrenaline coursing through her as she threw the salve towards the beast, just as it turned its attention back to her. The potion splashed upon the minion, and for a moment, it paused, the magic in the salve taking effect as it hissed in frustration. Great shot, Kaelin yelled, the thrill of the moment igniting the group as they realized they had the upper hand. Kaelin felt a rush of confidence. This was not just about survival, but about harnessing their strengths and working together to face the darkness. Chapter 29, Aftermath and Resolution. The morning sun broke through the trees, casting a warm glow over Eldro. But the remnants of the previous night's battle lingered in Kaelin's mind. As she surveyed the village square, she felt the weight of victory, mixed with the stark reminders of the losses incurred. Despite the cheers and relief that filled the air, Kaelin could see the shadows still lingering, the aftermath of their confrontation, a heavy burden on the shoulders of her friends. Gathering her allies, Kaelin took a moment to address the group. We've won this battle, but there is much work to be done. We must ensure that Rhiannon's influence is extinguished for good. The villagers nodded, their expressions a mix of determination and lingering anxiety as they processed the events that had unfolded. Kaelin felt a surge of responsibility. Their victory was not just a personal triumph, but a collective effort, and she needed to guide them through the recovery process. We need to assess our supplies, gather resources, and prepare for what lies ahead, she instructed, her voice steady as she initiated the next steps in their journey. Once again, Kaelin felt their eyes on her, a mixture of trust and anticipation that reminded her of the importance of her role, as together they would forge a stronger path forward. Kaelin gathered her allies as they began to take stock of what remained after the battle. They spread out across the square, assessing the resources they had collected, noting both their successes and the supplies that now lay critically low. We need to ensure we have enough healing potions for anyone injured during the confrontation, she stated, directing the group's focus back to the healing herbs that had been their lifeline. Ellen stepped forward, looking through the remaining herbs. We can expand our gathering radius to include areas we haven't explored yet, but we should do it carefully. Kaelin nodded, appreciating her initiative. Let's make sure we split the parties well. The last thing we need is another ambush. Perhaps one group can scout while the other gathers. The group murmured in agreement, and Kaelin could feel the determination rising as they strategized together. Teamwork manifesting in their shared ideas. Timon, now more confident, volunteered to lead the gathering team. I can take my group to the lower fields. It would be safer there. Kaelin felt a swell of pride and gratitude for how far everyone had come, their dynamics shifting into a cohesive unit, ready to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead. Excellent. Let's move quickly and efficiently. Time is of the essence, she encouraged, knowing that their successes would reflect directly on their future actions as they prepared for the next conflict. As the villagers began to break into their assigned tasks, Kaelin encouraged open communication, eager to ensure everyone felt included in the effort. Remember, we're all in this together, she reminded them as they moved to gather their supplies. Her voice, firm, yet supportive. A sense of urgency and purpose filled the air as they harvested herbs and collected materials. Kaelin observed a few villagers discussing their roles, weighing in on their strategies while exchanging concerns about the challenges that lay ahead. Can we really handle another confrontation like the last one? One villager asked, anxiety creeping into their voice. We must be prepared for anything, Kaelin replied, emphasizing the importance of their training and adaptability. Rhiannon won't stop, and we can't let fear govern our actions, she continued, watching as her words sparked a flicker of resolve among them. The group resumed their work with renewed determination, Kaelin recognizing that her leadership and their collective efforts were shaping the foundation they needed to navigate future challenges. As the preparations unfolded, Kaelin felt the excitement building among her allies, their spirits lifting alongside their determination. Let's review our gathering plan, she proposed, wanting to ensure clarity and focus among the team before they set off. The villagers gathered around her, their expressions serious and engaged as they listened intently. Kaelin pointed out the various locations on a rough map they had drawn, indicating where they might find the herbs they needed, while avoiding areas known for danger. Remember, if we encounter any minions, communication is key, she emphasized, instilling a sense of urgency in their preparations. Just as they began to finalize their approach, a villager called out, "What if we don't find enough? What if the forest isn't safe?" Kaelin met their concerned gaze and spoke confidently. "Then we adapt. We've faced obstacles before, and we'll trust in our training and each other. We won't let fear dictate our actions." With that, the atmosphere shifted. Kaelin could see the villagers start to commit to the plan, their resolve strengthening as they harnessed the optimism she projected. Feeling a surge of empowerment, Kaelin organized their efforts, ready to lead them into the forest once more, focused on the shared goal of healing their village and confronting the darkness ahead. As the villagers divided into their designated groups, Kaelin felt a swell of pride at their willingness to engage and adapt. "I want each group to report back within the hour," she instructed, her voice carrying authority. "If anything feels off, don't hesitate to regroup and share your findings." She watched as her allies moved with purpose, their earlier fears fading into the background, replaced by a burgeoning sense of confidence. Ellen, leading a group toward the nearby thicket, shared a plan with a few villagers, her excitement evident as they discussed potential herbs to gather. "Keep an eye out for anything unusual," Kaelin reminded them, still feeling the weight of responsibility as the village's healer and leader. Timon approached her, his expression thoughtful. "I appreciate how you've brought everyone together, Kaelin. It feels different this time." "Unity is what will keep us strong," Kaelin replied, feeling a rush of gratitude for the support of her allies and their newfound willingness to accept her leadership. With each passing moment, she sensed the team dynamics shifting. They were no longer individuals, merely reacting to danger, but a cohesive unit, prepared to face the challenges ahead. Kaelin felt a renewed resolve settling in as they set out, ready to tackle the uncertainties of the forest, while reinforcing their commitment to each other and their community. With their tasks clearly outlined, Kaelin felt a surge of energy ripple through the group as they prepared to move into the forest. The anticipation in the air was infectious, and she could see her allies gearing up, adrenaline fueling their determination to reclaim their village's safety. "Let's keep the lines of communication open," she called out, ensuring her voice carried over the chatter. "If anyone encounters trouble, signal immediately." As they set off, Kaelin led the way, her heart racing with both excitement and the weight of responsibility. Ellen walked alongside her, confidence radiating as she checked the surroundings, ready to track their progress and any potential threats. "We've got this," Ellen said, casting a glance at Kaelin, the bond of support manifesting between them. Kaelin nodded, her resolve firm. "We're ready. Together we can face whatever comes." as they moved deeper into the woods. Kaelin reflected on how much they had grown, both individually and as a team, aware that each step forward was a testament to their resilience and commitment to one another. With determination in her heart, Kaelin embraced the path ahead, prepared to confront whatever challenges awaited them, and knowing that this mission was truly about protecting everyone they cared for. Chapter 30. A Moment of Clarity. As Kaelin and her allies pressed deeper into the forest, a sense of urgency guided their every step. The air grew thick with anticipation, each rustle of leaves echoing with the weight of the mission ahead. The path twisted and turned, and Kaelin focused on their surroundings, keenly aware that they were on the brink of discovery. Then she spotted a glimmer of light filtering through the trees, drawing her attention. "Over there," she pointed, her voice steady as hope bubbled within her. That could be a sign we're close to something significant. The group halted, eyes widening in unison as they collectively absorbed the prospect of uncovering valuable resources or knowledge within the light. Kaelin felt her excitement grow. This moment could lead them to the answers they sought, or perhaps even the means to confront Rhiannon once and for all. Kaelin and her allies cautiously moved toward the source of the light, their senses heightened as they navigated through the dense underbrush. Each step felt deliberate, the forest alive with sounds, but the flickering glow offered a sense of hope that pushed them forward. As they drew closer, Kaelin noticed the ground was littered with shimmering crystals, reflecting the light and casting intricate patterns on the surrounding trees. "Look at this," Ellen exclaimed, bending down to pick one up, fascination evident in her voice as she turned the crystal over in her hands. "This could be more than just beautiful. It might have magical properties," Kaelin said, her mind racing with possibilities. Gathering the crystals could enhance their potions or serve as protective charms, but they needed to be careful. The forest often harbored dangers beneath its beauty. Kaelin shared her thoughts with the group, ensuring that they remained aware of their surroundings as they filled their satchels with the shimmering finds. As the group collected the crystals, Kaelin felt a sense of urgency building within her. She knew they had to work quickly before any dangers emerged from the shadows. "Let's divide the crystals evenly among us," she suggested, ensuring that everyone benefited from their discovery, her tone firm and organized. Timon nodded, already organizing the glimmering gems into small pouches for distribution, his earlier hesitations replaced with a newfound confidence. "You know, this will help us a lot," he remarked, glancing at Kaelin with a spark of admiration. "We can use them for both healing and protection against Rhiannon." Kaelin smiled at him, grateful for his support and the bond they had cultivated through their shared challenges. But as they continued gathering the crystals, a sudden rustle from the nearby bushes caused everyone to freeze, their hearts racing as anticipation built again. Kaelin's instincts kicked in. Her senses honed as she scanned the area for movement, ready to respond to any threat that might emerge from the underbrush. Kaelin's heart raced as she instinctively motioned for silence, every fiber of her being alert to the disturbances in the bushes nearby. The group held their breaths, eyes wide with anticipation, awaiting the source of the sound that had interrupted their efforts. "Stay close and be ready," Kaelin whispered, her voice low but firm, committing herself to protect her allies. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the shadows. This time it was a small creature, its eyes wide with fright. Their collective tension eased slightly, though nerves lingered. The creature darted through their feet and out into the clearing, clearly startled by the presence of the group. Kaelin chuckled, relief flooding her as laughter erupted among her allies, a moment of levity breaking the tension. "Perhaps the forest is just as fearful of us," Kaelin remarked, the earlier fear fading as they returned to gathering the shimmering crystals. As she watched her allies relax, she reminded herself that every encounter, even those tinged with tension, was a part of their journey, a lesson on courage, adaptability, and the power of unity. With their spirits lifted, Kaelin opened her satchel to store the remaining crystals, knowing they had made progress toward not just their immediate goals, but a deeper understanding of their strength as a team.
With the crystals safely packed away, Kaelin felt a renewed sense of purpose as she surveyed the area around them.
"I think we should head toward that rise over there," she pointed, motioning to a small hill that could provide a vantage point to survey the landscape ahead.
Ellen nodded, eager to move. "If we can see beyond the trees, we might spot any approaching dangers or allies." Kaelin felt a rush of excitement at Ellen's suggestion, recognizing the potential it held for their collective safety.
As they made their way to the hill, Kaelin caught fragments of conversations from her allies, each expressing a sense of determination to stand strong against whatever might come next. Timon walked beside her, his earlier trepidation replaced by curiosity as he glanced at the crystals he carried. "These will definitely give us an edge," he said, a note of confidence in his voice. Kaelin smiled, heartened by the shift in dynamics. "Together, we can turn the tide against Rhiannon." Once at the top of the rise, they paused, taking in the vast expanse of the forest stretching out before them. Kaelin felt the incredible weight of their mission pressing on her, but she could also sense the growing unity around them, a solid foundation for whatever challenges awaited in the shadows. As they reached the top of the rise, Kaelin surveyed the landscape, her heart pounding in anticipation of what lay beyond the trees. The vastness of the forest stretched out before them, and she could see billowing smoke rising in the distance, a dark reminder of the threat that loomed over Eldro. "Look," Ellen pointed, her voice hushed, drawing everyone's attention to the flickering shadows moving among the trees. "We might not be alone." Kaelin felt her pulse quicken, adrenaline kicking in as she strained to see the shapes in the distance. "We need to be careful. Let's get a better look without being spotted." She turned to her allies, determination cementing in her voice. "If we position ourselves here, we can observe without giving away our presence." Timon moved beside her, a newfound boldness in his demeanor. "I'll keep watch on the left. If anything comes too close, I'll signal." Kaelin nodded, feeling the bond within the group strengthen, their shared resolve becoming a tangible force as they prepared to act. In that moment, she realized how much they had grown together. The challenges they faced had forged a unity that would help them confront Rhiannon's impending threat. With the stakes high and the paths ahead uncertain, Kaelin steeled herself, ready to embrace whatever darkness awaited them. Chapter 31. Reconciling Connections. The sun rose softly over Eldro, bathing the village in warm golden light, but Kaelin felt a mix of exhaustion and renewal as she stepped outside her home. The events of the past few days weighed heavily on her, but there was a lingering sense of hope in the air, invigorating her spirit. As she walked through the familiar streets, she began to resume her daily tasks, the vibrant energy in the village evident as her neighbors greeted her with smiles and waves. Kaelin noticed the changes in herself and the village. She no longer felt like the unsure healer, but a leader who had faced darkness and emerged stronger. Her hands moved with purpose as she tended to her herb garden, each plant a reminder of the knowledge and experiences she had gained on her journey. "Kaelin," a voice called out, drawing her attention to Ellen, who approached with an excited glint in her eyes. "We should gather the village and share what we've learned about Rhiannon." Kaelin felt a surge of affirmation. Their shared commitment to protect Eldro had brought them to this moment, and she knew the importance of spreading knowledge through unity. "Let's do it," she replied, a smile breaking across her face as she embraced the prospect of fostering connections within the community. Kaelin and Ellen quickly gathered a group of villagers in the square, the energy palpable as eager faces turned toward them, curiosity mixing with anticipation. "Thank you all for coming," Kaelin began, her voice steady as she addressed the crowd. "We want to share what we've learned from our recent encounters and how we can better protect ourselves." She noticed a few familiar faces in the crowd, including some who had previously expressed doubt about their mission. "Together, we have experienced the challenges brought by Rhiannon and her forces, but now we have knowledge that can aid us," she continued,
emphasizing the importance of their newfound understanding. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, the tension of previous fears slowly melting into a collective readiness to face the future. One elder raised a hand, a look of concern knitting their brow. But how do we know we can truly trust the outsiders we encountered? Kaelin seized the moment to assure them, sharing stories of their allies' bravery and their collective commitment. Trust must be earned, and that's why we want to strengthen our community with what we've learned, so we can face any threat together. The acceptance of her words rippled through the crowd, and Kaelin felt a surge of determination as she understood the pivotal role they can play in protecting Eldro, now that they stood united. As Kaelin spoke, the villagers began to share their own concerns and experiences, weaving their narratives into the fabric of the conversation. A young mother stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. "I lost my brother to Rhiannon's minions. What can you tell us to ensure we don't suffer such losses again?" Kaelin felt the weight of her words pressing down as she responded. "We must be proactive. We've learned about the weaknesses in Rhiannon's magic, and we can use that knowledge to create defenses and strategies." The crowd murmured in agreement, but there was still an air of fear. The young mother's question echoed louder than the others, a stark reminder of the stakes. Another villager, a hunter known for his skill, chimed in. "But how do we know that what we're preparing for is enough? What if we're not strong enough to face her?" Kaelin took a breath, feeling the tension in the air. It's true, we can't predict everything, but we have the strength of our community, and together we can adapt to whatever comes our way. She locked eyes with the hunter, fostering a connection that spurred trust among them. In this moment, she realized that her confidence and openness to dialogue could encourage others to voice their fears, allowing the community to confront uncertainty together, rather than retreating into isolation. Kaelin could see the tension slowly dissipating as the villagers engaged in the dialogue, sharing their thoughts and suggestions. Their fears began to transform into a shared resolve, and she felt a sense of pride in their collective strength as more voices joined the conversation. One villager, a grandmother known for her wisdom, spoke up. "What if we also explore the forest to find allies? There may be others who wish to resist Rhiannon as we do." Kaelin nodded, appreciating this new perspective. Yes, scouting for allies would be an excellent move. The more support we can gather, the stronger we become. As they discussed the potential for alliances, Kaelin felt invigorated by the possibilities ahead. This was not just about protecting Eldro. It was about forging connections that could change the tide of conflict. Timon, now fully engaged, chimed in with ideas for how they could approach neighboring settlements, suggesting they offer assistance in exchange for their help against Rhiannon. Kaelin felt a spark of excitement. The growth of their plans reflected her evolving understanding of leadership. She understood the importance of turning vulnerability into strength, effectively rallying unity in the face of future dangers. As the conversation deepened, Kaelin felt the excitement build among the villagers, their faces lighting up with renewed hope and determination. "Let's set a timeline for our tasks," she proposed, wanting to ensure their efforts remained organized and focused. She began to outline a schedule, breaking down the actions they needed to take in the coming days to gather supplies and seek alliances. Villagers eagerly volunteered for different tasks, their willingness to engage palpable as they discussed who would go where and when. Ellen jumped in with ideas about creating visual signals for communication, making Kaelin grateful for her allies' inventive spirit. Kaelin sensed a shift. The villagers were embracing not only their preparations, but also the opportunity to engage with one another positively. In that moment, she felt reassured that they were all committed to the cause, her heart swelling at the realization that together they could truly transform their futures. With plans taking shape and roles clearly defined, Kaelin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. The villagers were mobilizing with enthusiasm, each person engaging in tasks that played to their strengths, a unified front forming in the face of impending darkness. As they dispersed to gather supplies and begin preparations, Kaelin saw familiar faces. Finn, filled with pride and excitement as he joined a group of children to help secure the village's perimeter. Kaelin smiled, the sight of her brother stepping up reinforcing her belief in the strength of their community. Hearing a few villagers discussing ways to improve their defense strategies made her pulse quicken. Their proactive contributions showed the impact of her leadership and the groundwork they had laid. She thought back to the earlier moments of doubt and uncertainty, feeling a profound sense of growth in herself and her allies. "Remember, every action counts," she called out as they moved, the thrill of possibility invigorating her spirit. With an unwavering sense of purpose, Kaelin understood that they were not just preparing for a conflict. They were solidifying a bond that would carry them through whatever challenges awaited them. Chapter 32. New Beginnings. In the days following their preparations, Kaelin felt a stirring within her as she recognized the changes sweeping through Eldro. With the settlement more fortified and their community strengthened, daily life resumed, but it came with a newfound energy that filled the air. Kaelin moved through the village square, tending to her herbs, her hands steady and confident, reflecting the growth she had cultivated within herself throughout their trials. Villagers greeted her with smiles, their faces marked by gratitude, eager to share their own accomplishments since rallying together. "Kaelin, you should see how much the children are learning about healing," Ellen exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she approached. Kaelin's heart swelled at the thought. It brought her joy to know that her journey was inspiring others, especially the next generation. With each interaction, she felt their relationships strengthening, the bonds formed through shared struggles becoming the bedrock of their community. Kaelin paused to watch the children practicing their healing skills, a sense of purpose settling within her as she realized that her role had shifted from simply healing to teaching and nurturing the village's future. Kaelin gathered the villagers in the square, her heart filled with anticipation as she prepared to share the knowledge she had gained during her journey. "Today, I want to teach you about the herbs and remedies that can help us all," she announced, her voice ringing with conviction. The villagers listened intently, curiosity lighting their expressions as they settled around her, ready to learn. Kaelin began explaining the properties of various plants, demonstrating how to prepare them for healing, her hands moving confidently as she showcased each step to her eager audience. Ellen stood nearby, helping to answer questions and assist Kaelin, her enthusiasm shining through as she encouraged others to participate in the process. "Does anyone have any herbs they'd like to share?" Kaelin asked, inviting contributions from the crowd, fostering a sense of community and shared learning. Demonstrating how to prepare them for healing, her hands moving confidently as she showcased each step to her eager audience. Ellen stood nearby, helping to as hands shot up and voices chimed in with ideas. Kaelin felt a profound sense of connection deepen among them. This was not just about imparting knowledge. It was about building a foundation for the future, empowering her friends and neighbors to become healers in their own right. As Kaelin demonstrated how to properly prepare a healing salve, she caught sight of one of the younger villagers, a boy named Eric, watching intently from the back of the crowd. He raised a hand hesitantly. "Can I try?" he asked,
eyes wide with eagerness and a hint of uncertainty. "Of course, come on up," Kaelin encouraged, a smile breaking across her face as she welcomed him forward. Eric approached with a nervous energy, and Kaelin guided him through the steps, her hands gently directing his movements as they worked together. The surrounding villagers watched with approval, some murmuring encouragement, while others applauded his enthusiasm. "Just remember to be gentle with the herbs," Kaelin instructed, watching as Eric concentrated, his focus deepening as he poured his attention into the task. In that moment, she could feel the warmth of the community's support growing, transforming the atmosphere into one of shared ambition and solidarity. The pride swelling in Kaelin's chest was palpable. They were not just learning about healing. They were forging connections that would bind the village together through mutual care and trust. As the villagers gathered around to witness Eric's demonstration, Kaelin noticed whispers of uncertainty still linger among some of the older residents. "Young ones think healing is easy," one elder remarked, crossing her arms, skepticism evident in her tone. "But it takes more than just mixing plants." Kaelin felt a flicker of challenge ignite within her. "It's true that healing requires skill and practice, but it also requires heart and empathy," she responded, her voice steady as she faced the elder. "Every healer has to start somewhere," she continued, looking around the group. "Encouraging our youth is how we grow stronger as a community." The elder regarded Kaelin thoughtfully, a shift in her expression suggesting a burgeoning respect for the younger healer's conviction. Kaelin felt the energy in the crowd shift, a growing sense of acceptance permeating the air as others chimed in, echoing the importance of nurturing the next generation. "Let's empower them," Elin added, standing beside Kaelin, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "This is how we build a future together, by sharing knowledge and supporting each other." In that moment, Kaelin recognized that this dialogue was not just about herbal remedies. It was about the threads of trust and cooperation that were weaving their community closer together. Kaelin watched as Eric squeezed the healing salve into a small jar, concentration etched on his young face. The villagers erupted into supportive applause, their spirits lifted by the camaraderie that had grown in the square. "See, you've got a knack for this," she exclaimed, placing a hand on his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with pride. Eric beamed, clearly encouraged by the praise, and Kaelin felt a warmth spread through her. This moment exemplified what she had hoped to achieve. Nearby, a few older villagers exchanged glances, murmuring about their own experiences, and Kaelin sensed a shift in their perceptions. This initiative of teaching was fostering understanding and growth, not just for the children, but for everyone involved. It was an opportunity for healing that extended beyond physical ailments. As conversations flowed about future gatherings and practices, Kaelin knew that her journey had set a precedent, one that inspired others to step into their own roles as healers and defenders of Eldro. Feeling the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on her shoulders, Kaelin recognized that this was just the beginning of their collective potential, a solid foundation laid for the adventures ahead. As the bustling energy of the square continued, Kaelin felt a profound sense of purpose building within her. The villagers began discussing how they could further the healing practices, brainstorming ways to incorporate herbal knowledge into their daily lives and create a wellness tradition that would benefit everyone. One elder suggested organizing seasonal workshops, where villagers could come together to learn and share their knowledge, igniting excitement among the crowd. Kaelin smiled, driven by the prospect of fostering a culture of learning and collaboration. This was the legacy she wanted to contribute to Eldro. With each gathering, we can strengthen our community's resilience and teach future generations how to heal, she said, envisioning a future filled with shared wisdom. The villagers nodded eagerly, and she felt their momentum reaching new heights, energized by the realization of their potential. In that moment, Kaelin recognized that her journey transformed her, not just into a healer, but into a leader who could inspire others to rise, paving the way for new adventures they would embark on together in the fight against the darkness. Chapter 33. The Rising Dawn. Kaelin stood at the edge of her herb garden, the morning sun warming her skin
as she surveyed the changes in her life and the village. The vibrant colors of the plants felt like a testament to the growth she had experienced, not just as a healer, but as a leader within her community. After all they had faced, the village felt alive with hope and possibility, a stark contrast to the darkness that had threatened their way of life. With her heart full, Kaelin decided it was time to take action. She would mentor the next generation of healers, sharing the knowledge she had gained through her journey. "Today we begin a new chapter," she announced to the assembled villagers, a blend of excitement and admiration lighting their faces. As she spoke, she glanced over at the children playing nearby, their laughter echoing in the air, fueling her conviction that nurturing their growth was not just a responsibility, but a privilege. "This garden will also be a place of learning and sharing. Together, we will make Eldro stronger," she declared, feeling the weight of her commitment settle comfortably upon her shoulders. With each word, her vision for the future began to take shape, a promise to guide them through both challenges and triumphs, while solidifying the bonds of trust and community that had formed through their shared experiences. As Kaelin led the villagers in creating the new healing center, excitement buzzed in the air, voices melding into a harmonious chorus of purpose. They worked together to clear the space, laughter ringing out as children darted between adults, carrying small bundles of herbs and tools to aid in their task. "Let's set up an area for teaching about the different plants," Ellen suggested, her enthusiasm infectious as she pointed out the sunny spot in the garden. Kaelin nodded, picturing the gatherings they would hold, the knowledge that would blossom in the hearts of her fellow villagers. Nearby, some of the older villagers began discussing potential workshops, and Kaelin caught snippets of conversation about herbal remedies and magical folklore, their shared passion igniting the atmosphere. "This place will be a hub for healing and collaboration," Kaelin said, her voice filled with warmth as she encouraged their ideas, recognizing how their collective contributions would shape their future. In that moment, she felt the pulse of the community, each person committed to nurturing the foundation they were building together, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. As the villagers continued to collaborate, Kaelin noticed the change in their interactions. The sense of unity had turned into a powerful force. The children, once hesitant, now sprinted to gather herbs and materials, their laughter echoing through the garden as they embraced their roles with enthusiasm. An elder approached Kaelin, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "You've created something special here, Kaelin. It's wonderful to see the village coming together again." Kaelin felt a warmth spread through her at the acknowledgement, understanding that her journey had inspired not only her growth, but also a collective ambition within Eldro. In the midst of the work, Timon engaged with some of the younger villagers, sharing stories of past battles and emphasizing the importance of defending their home, his earlier doubts now a distant memory. "Remember, it's our unity that makes us strong," he emphasized, his voice filled with conviction, solidifying the bonds that had formed through their shared experiences. Kaelin felt the excitement clearly. With every task completed, every lesson shared, they were not just preparing for the future, they were actively defining it, ready to face whatever awaited them with courage and resilience. As the day unfolded, Kaelin felt a sense of clarity about her path and purpose solidifying in her mind. The healing center was no longer just an idea. It had transformed into a symbol of hope and resilience for the entire village. Kaelin took a moment to observe her surroundings, villagers working side by side, sharing laughter and knowledge, igniting a sense of community that filled her heart with gratitude. She recalled the uncertainty she had felt at the beginning of her journey, the weight of expectations pressing down on her shoulders. Now, standing among her friends and family, she recognized that every challenge had led to this moment, a commitment to nurturing both the present and the future. "Let's plan our first community gathering for healing practices next week," she announced, excitement threading through her voice. "We can invite everyone to join and share what we learn."
Cheers erupted from the crowd, affirmation echoing as ideas flowed freely among them, revealing the vibrant energy that had blossomed in Eldro. With a sense of fulfillment, Kaelin understood that this was just the beginning. Her journey was paving the way for new adventures, not just for herself, but for the entire village, promising a future filled with possibility and growth.
As the villagers embraced the prospect of the new healing center, Kaelin felt a sense of warmth expand in her chest. They gathered around, sharing ideas on how to structure their gatherings and suggesting topics for learning. Let's include practical sessions on how to make the salves and potions, one villager proposed, enthusiasm clear in their voice. Another chimed in, we could also share stories of our experiences, teaching the younger ones the importance of resilience. Kaelin listened, her heart swelling with pride at how the village was evolving, each suggestion reflecting the lessons they had learned through their struggles. She glanced at Finn, who was animatedly discussing ideas with a group of children, his passion evident as he emphasized the power of healing. This scene filled her with hope. The knowledge they had gained together was shaping not just their present, but actively laying the groundwork for a brighter future. Kaelin realized that through their shared efforts, they were cultivating a sense of belonging and purpose, ready to face new challenges with courage and unity. As the preparations for the healing center continued, Kaelin felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. With each plank laid and every herb gathered, the vision of a vibrant hub for learning and healing was beginning to crystallize. Kaelin moved through the bustling square, offering assistance wherever she could, her heart swelling with pride at the sight of her community working together. Let's make this a place not just for healing, but for sharing our stories and knowledge, she suggested to a group of villagers who were painting the center's sign, their enthusiasm infectious. Maybe we should have a grand opening festival, Ellen proposed, her eyes shining with excitement. It could bring everyone together and celebrate our strength. The idea ignited a wave of chatter among the group, and Kaelin felt her spirits lift higher. She recognized that each interaction, each task, further solidified the bonds they had formed through shared trials and victories. Kaelin knew that this new venture was not just about treating the wounds of the past. It was about creating a future where all of Eldro could thrive together, rooted in the resilience they had built as a community.